to the Pelicans postgame report on the PRO Media Network for all things Pelicans.
Perfect. Fly Pelican, fly Pelican, fly Pelican. And I tell them that. Fly down, my Pelicans forever. Yeah, ain't gon' lie, I feel flyer than I ever been. We stay ballin', this New Orleans, I'm a Pelican. It's going down in the nest, wild, wild west. Come in town and you best, show us some respect. 3-point threat, I better make it rain. If it's up, then don't jump stupid like your ankle sprain. Always said, never hate the player, hate the game. Jumper where the dame late, punch a train. Post game, big Q, talking about business. Bird gang, YouTube, they ain't flocking with us. Lock up the division mission, get into the finals. Finish competition, then it's going win the title. I know this flyer than you can get. Such a threat that the ref just might call a tag. You could double, you could press, but you can't check. Right, left, slide by you like a Eurostep. Fly Pelican, fly Pelican, fly Pelican. And I tell them that birds of a feather flock together. Fly down, I'm a Pelican forever, Pelican forever. And never, and never, and never, and never, and never, and never say birds of a feather flock together. Yeah, fly down, I'm a Pelican forever. Pelican
All right, Coach. This is a frustrating game because you did so many good things tonight, and ultimately it came down to the 3-point percentage, 2-point percentage, and missed free throws. Because everything else, just you couldn't have asked for much more effort from your team tonight.
Yeah, the guys, you know, I told them in the locker room that our game plan, discipline, and execution was at a high level tonight. And that's progress for us. Now, we still came up short a few plays down the stretch. To your point, Graf, you know, knock some free throws down. Maybe the ball bounces our way. That last, you know, 3 that we tried to get off. So there's some things that, you know, we can clean up coming down the stretch, but, you know, they battled their tails off. We're proud of them. Unfortunately, in the NBA, there's just no moral victories. You know, still a tough loss on our home floor.
Going to ask you about 2 Trey Murphy 3-point attempts. The one with 14 seconds or so that he made to get it to 2. It looked like you guys got into that action quickly. You know, was that exactly what you drew up, translating to the court there?
Exactly. Just, you know, quick drive, slip out, hit him, take the shot. And they executed it, you know, really, really well. Trey knocked it down.
Yeah, and then the one right at the buzzer, I mean, he'd been, you know, hot all game, really. Is that who you want to have the ball in that situation? If it's got to be anybody, just what do you think about that play?
Any of those guys that, you know, that's on the floor and you got an open look like that, that's the opportunity to take it. And I thought it was good. You know, kind of rattled in and out. We tried to get the tip in, but you know, that's what you want. You know, try to put yourself in a position to win those games down the stretch.
Strong night for Jeremiah Robinson Earl. How do you help you guys tonight?
He was great. He was all over the place. You know, he's been playing really well as of late, playing fast, playing with confidence. He's rebounding the ball at a high level, and it's good to see him kind of put it all together tonight.
And just overall, just how important was it to see Trey just have a game like this where the shots are going? He's playing with confidence throughout.
We need Trey's shot making, his ability to space the floor. It allows for guys to get to the basket, get to the paint. If they help off him, he's really good at shot faking. You know, shoot the ball, shot fake, or drive, finish. And it's good to see him continue to get in the rhythm.
And I know B.I. came in with the left ankle, and it seemed like he was reaching at his right leg throughout the game. Was he kind of battling through something?
He was. He's battling through some bumps and bruises right now. And, you know, we're putting a lot on his shoulders. He's been doing a really good job of coming in every day, getting his work, getting his treatment, and keeping himself available to get on the floor and help his team.
And I guess, what did you see? We talked about it a few times this year, just execution late in the game. What did you see? I guess the things you like, some of the things you didn't like, as you guys are trying to close this one out.
Well, we got to make our free throws. I think we had a couple opportunities down late in the game that gives you an opportunity to close the gap. So you look at the stats, it's a pretty even game, but the free throw difference. That's a difference in the game sometimes. You know, low turnover game, high assists, threes were even. We got more field goals than they did. Got to step up to the line and make our free throws, and that's a big part of execution.
Only it's only been a couple games, but what has Alfred been able to bring to you guys?
He's been, I mean, he's been great. I've said it. I'll say it again. He should be on an NBA roster. He knows how to play. He's a vet. He can defend. He can get you in your sets. He makes fantastic passes. He's a really good basketball player.
Really, do you feel like the offense actually flows smoother when Alfred's at the helm, initiating the offense for you guys?
Well, we've been trying to do it by committee, but getting Alfred on the floor, he's more of a true point guard. So now there's a common force that knows how to get us into sets. He can get the ball to BI, Brandon Boston, Trey Murphy. It takes more pressure off those guys. They got more energy to go out and score. And he's also a really good floor general. He can defend at a high level, rebound. So he does a lot to help a team win games.
What did you see on that play where I think you picked up a technical foul, Trey Murphy, on a drive or something like that, didn't get a personal foul? He was arguing about it. Did you?
I'm not letting you set me up for that with that question right there. No, I thought he got fouled. That's all it was. I thought he got fouled. All right.
Thanks, Coach.
Give up some money, Willie. Go ahead and give up some money. Why don't you? Shit. You got a contract extension. Give up some goddamn money. You can talk on it.
I don't understand why he said he thought he was fouled. It's like, dude, he was fouled. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing wrong with saying that. So, yeah, that was kind of weird.
Yeah, shout out to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all for being in the stream for all things Pelicans. Much love to the fam. This is like a tough loss right here by the Pelicans. This is one that we should have had right here, man. We kind of let this one get away. It was a lot of hustle in the game. We just couldn't put it away. We had some opportunities to kind of take this game, and they kind of just leaked through. But the effort was there, even though it wasn't at times intelligent, but you could still see a gutty effort. It just certain aspects of the game wasn't crisp enough, and we'll go over the stats, man, on it. And like I said, man, a few points here or there. Fundamentally speaking, we left some points on the foul line. Like I said, we were 14 of 22 for just under 64% from the foul line. You got to convert on those. And we didn't do it. We didn't take advantage of it. And ultimately we lost 112 to 108. So before we crunch the stats, we'll have DC to join in a little later on. Lex, early interpretations of the Pelicans, when most certainly this was a effort game. They gave a lot of effort. They were out there hustling. At certain points of the game, the Warriors wanted a little more like toward the back end, in particular, Draymond Green getting his own rebound there in the clutch moments of the game, man. We just that kind of stuff. You just gotta try harder and have better IQ there. But outside of that, thoughts on the game before we hit the stats.
They played with some really good energy on tonight.
They did.
It was consistent, even in that third quarter. It wasn't a huge drop off. The Warriors did turn it up because once they got the lead, they didn't give it back. That's another level that the Pelicans are gonna have to reach. But I do want to address Big Sean. We wearing these sunglasses because we look good. Okay, we want to look good, man. It's okay.
You ain't lying.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, we rocking, look, the hoodie, the glasses. I mean, hey man, ain't nothing wrong with looking good and all that stuff.
Lex, you don't have to explain that to that guy there. That's the Spurs.
No, I'm just saying, because hey, I just want to be facts. There's other reasons why people wear shades and hoodies and things. Hey, it's a fashion statement, man.
You got a Spur, man. Now Sean's my dog. That's my dog. He's a Saint brethren. but at the same time, that's a Spurs man there, and then Tasha is his lovely wife. She likes the
Mhm.
Cowboys,
Yeah. Oh,
so you know.
okay. All right.
Yeah,
How they
yeah.
doing? Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Look, how they doing at home? Okay. All right.
They ain't
Same
doing too
kind.
good this year, and I'm loving it. All right. So
Um,
anyway, but
yeah,
yeah, go ahead, Lex.
yeah, this is the best that they've been played. I agree with you, Stacy. But the crazy thing about playing like this is that the Pelicans don't play like this all the time. That means like when you do play like this, because you're not used to playing like this all the time, when things don't go well or when it's crunch time, things don't really go the way that they should go. The way that they should plan out to go if you actually do this consistently with every game. You can't just turn on a switch and turn it off, especially with this team. And I think that's the only thing. Like when they do actually I wouldn't say they did it a full 48 minutes, but I probably say like 45 minutes, maybe even 40 minutes that they really played like at high energy. The ball was moving well. The ball movement, player movement, the ball was not sticking in one spot. That was really nice to see, but you don't typically see it consistent like that. And because it's not consistent, like all of this, when you're talking about doing something consistent, it's a muscle memory. And so that muscle has to continue to strengthen so that it becomes first nature. But you can just tell that, because they're not bringing this energy consistently in every game, that's kind of like what you get. But specifically, I want to talk about Trey Murphy, man. He came down. They got the turnover. Brandon Boston got that turnover, pushed the ball forward, got it to Trey Murphy. He was in rhythm to shoot that three. And he passed it to Brandon. Brandon, they closed out on him. He
Kicks
passed
it
it
back.
back to Trey. Trey put up a shot that was actually contested. And I'm like, no. I said, why did you do that, Trey? Why did you pass the ball? You had all that space, had the rhythm. You were in rhythm, and all you had to do was pull up. And he didn't do it. That was his moment. That would have put the Pelicans up 1 point.
Yeah.
Like that was that opportunity right there. I can't believe he did that. I was shocked. I'm like, golly. And really, I kind of feel like when I saw that, I'm like, man, that was conditioning. Because every single time, what do the guys always do? Like, even if there is an opportunity, and that was what we wanted. That's what they wanted. That's what they needed. And it was the right guy. It was the right guy. But he passed it up because everybody basically on the team is conditioned, get the ball to Brandon.
Mhm.
Get the ball to Brandon. I really feel like that his conditioning came in because that's what they always do. He was thinking, get the ball to Brandon. But it was like, dude, you were the right guy to shoot that shot. That was it. It couldn't have been like played out any better than that.
Yeah.
Brandon Boston got it to you in enough time. You were pushing it down the floor. Oh my gosh, I just knew he was going to pull up. I was like, look, you know what I'm saying? Like touchdown. I'm like, dog, that was it. And, he just, pushed it to Brandon in the corner, closed out on Brandon. And then Podziemski, he was right there on Trey. And it's like, dog, it's not going to be the same shot. It's not going to be the same shot, but
Yeah.
That actually could have been like the game winner. That would have been it.
It looked like that wasn't a traditional Trace shot. Like he rushed that shot. You could tell how
Yeah,
he
because
shot that ball.
Podziemski closed out on him.
Yeah,
And
he
had
rushed
all
it.
that space. He should have took the first shot. He shouldn't have passed it. Like that moment, it's like, dude, you were the right guy. And that's his shot. That he shoots from there. He loves that wing, shooting that three from the wing. That's his favorite spot. He shoots
Yeah.
more so on the wings than any other spot on the floor.
Yeah, you could tell he's still trying to kind of get back into his comfort zone. You can see at times there's a few plays.
No.
I'm telling you, Lex, for real. I'm not talking about that shot.
Tonight.
I'm
Yeah,
saying, but
I mean,
he could have had
doing well.
he could have had more than that though.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have had more than that. Like it was times where he was indecisive on plays. Like it was times where he was second guessing the 3-point shot.
And that's
Where he could have
problem.
pulled that down and could have went to the
Empowerment
cup.
comes from
Well,
empowering your players.
Well, that's what you heard the middle of the if you listened on the broadcast, you heard DeJounte Murray with Antonio Daniels and Joel Myers. He was basically talking about Trey Murphy and comparing them to or making reference to people like who you say Booker and Cam Johnson, I think he mentioned, and he was talking about. I think he said Cam Johnson. Yeah, Cam Johnson from
I
the
was thinking about
Nets.
Cam Thomas, but yeah, they on the same squad. But yeah, okay, I got you.
So yeah, it was interesting, but yeah, it's at some point, I look at how Trey played. Like you said, he had 24. He was 9 of 17 tonight. But they're like I said, they left some points out there, especially if we talking about just fundamental style, like the free throws. Pelicans had an opportunity from the foul line tonight. 22 attempts, they hit 14 of them, and you lose by 4 points tonight. So I mean, that's you kind of look over things. But the press conference is still going on. We'll flash to it, the next one. Milton, shout out to you, brother. Thank you for this one. He says, tough loss, team fought hard. Almost wish I could have texted the ESPN broadcasters to find out how much room there is up Steph Curry's butt. I know what you mean, because that's what it was, a love fest on ESPN. I didn't even watch it. I watched it on our local network, which kind of is Pelican Central. These national network teams, they just go for the star. It's all how great the man is. They do it with LeBron. They do it with all the other people. So, but thank you, man. Thank you. Fuck too kind. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. And yeah, a lot of good points here, man. I'm looking at some of the chats. A lot of good points here, man. And question. We're going to get to those questions momentarily. Let me hit some of these statistics, man, so we can kind of ground out and then get back to, the rest of the breakdown. But this is what the Pelicans did tonight, stat-wise. 41 of 92 for 44.6 from the field. Warriors 39 of 87 for 45%. Pelicans 12 of 39 from downtown for 31%. The Warriors were 12 of 37 from downtown, so this is the same amount of three-pointers. The free throws, 29 attempts by the Golden State Warriors in the Pelicans buildings, 22 of 29. They hit almost 76% of theirs, 22 to 29. You look at the Pels got 22 attempts. They hit 14 of their attempts for 63.6%. You look at the free throws, Pelicans were out rebounded 52 to 43, despite the fact that they did have 13 offensive rebounds. They did outsist the Warriors by 128-27. Outstole the Warriors 10-5, outblocked the Warriors 9-5. They had 10 turnovers with 12 points off versus Warriors 17 with 14 points off theirs. Warriors did win the fast break battle 18-14, and the points in the paint barely 50-44. But when you get down to some of these tight games, man, like I said, the fundamentals always apply, don't it? 14 of 22 from the foul line, you lose by 4 tonight. Individual statistics by the Pels tonight, man. In the effort, 24 points by Trey Murphy in 38 minutes. He finished 9 of 17 from the field, 5 of 9 from downtown. He had 4 assists and 4 rebounds tonight and a block. And then the next on the list was 18 from Brandon Ingram on 16 shot attempts, 36 minutes, 7 of 16, 2 for 7 from downtown, 2 of 4 from the foul line. He had 7 assists and 3 rebounds and 2 blocks for BI's 18 points, 15 from Javante Green in 20 minutes. He was 6 of 9 from the field, 1 of 3 from downtown, 2 of 3 from the foul line, 4 boards, 2 assists, 1 steal, a block for Green. 19 off the bench from Jeremiah Robinson Earl in 23 minutes. He was plus 12 tonight, and he had 12 rebounds to toss in along with 2 steals and an assist. 7-11 from the field. He's 1 of 3 from downtown. Perfect from the foul line. 4 for 4 for him. 16 from Brandon Boston in 35 minutes. 6 of 13 from the field. Was 1 of 6 from downtown, but had 7 assists and 5 rebounds with 2 steals and a block for Brandon Boston Jr. 6 from Jordan Hawkins in his return game. Jayhawk came back in 20 minutes. He was 2 of 9 from the field, 1 of 5 from downtown, 1 of 2 from the foul line. 6 points, 1 steal and a block for Jayhawk in his return. And Alfred Payton in 26 minutes in another starting opportunity. He finished with 4 points. He was only 2 of 6 from the field, but had 4 assists, 3 steals to go along with it. And he was doing some good facilitation. And Daniel Tice got the start tonight. 18 minutes from Tice. He had a 3-pointer and finished with 5 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks for them. And overall, a lot of people, thought that they gave an effort, but this was a game really the Pelicans should have won. Andrew Wiggins was their top guy, 30 points from him in 28 minutes. Steph Curry was a pedestrian, 19 points. He got his facilitation game, 7 assists and 7 boards for him, 11 from Draymond with 8 rebounds and 5 steals, 12 off the bench from Buddy Hield on 2 of 7 from shooting downtown, 11 from Podzinski, 7 from Kuminga was enough as they win 112 to 108. So that's the thing. When we really start talking about the Pelicans, man, these are the type of games now. These are the type of games, right? When you're there, you're competing, you're doing what you're supposed to do. And we did get BI here. He did play some decent minutes, 36 minutes from Brandon Ingram tonight, despite the double ankle sprain that they reportedly said he had. He played 36 minutes tonight and gave him 18 points on 16 shot attempts. The reality is when you get BI to score, you get Trey Murphy's 24, Brandon Ingram's 18, Green gives you 15, 16 off the bench from Boston Jr., 19 from Jeremiah Robinson Earl. And they had a decent effort. It just at points and times, like when you got to out hustle these guys, you got to play some defense. There's a couple of rim running situations you've seen. Podzinski had the little floater, nobody challenged him. I forgot the next player did the same thing. I think it was Kuminga. Got there and did the same thing. Don't challenge the shot. You're on the foul line. You like Draymond Green rebound his own shot there, and in clutch time moments, this type of stuff just can't happen. Like I said, it's a good effort for the Pelicans, but not enough. Not hitting the foul shots when you need to hit the foul shots, and you just once again. These are the games, like you got to steal some of these games. Tonight, the Pelicans, they're now 4-13. Then, of course, there was the interview, and we get toward the back end of the show. We'll talk about the Zion interview. Matter of fact, we'll play it. And then we'll also get some news that just broke during the game about Zion Williamson. We'll talk about that as well as Zion Williamson and CAA split as, quote, contract situations in doubt among. This is another story that broke during the game because we heard from Zion Williamson on his injury situation. They're clowning the piss out of Zion online and an X and all this kind of stuff. And then this situation, this was reported on happening. So it's quite a few things to cover on the stream tonight. We're going to get to it. But once again, Lex, just to come back to you on this situation. And like I said, we're going to flash back to the presser because the presser's still going on as well. But yeah, when I expected to see what I've seen in terms of the Pelicans and how they played tonight, I was like, man, the Pelicans might steal a win here. And ultimately it didn't end that result. So Willie Green did get mad. He did get mad. He was upset. He got mad. He got mad.
Why did you say it like that though?
Willie
he did get mad like that's supposed to be like no.
I'm just reporting on what happened.
That should be a norm. That should be a norm, man. That
Eh,
shouldn't be like,
No,
okay,
no, no, no. No, I get that. I
got
agree.
mad.
I get that. But what I'm simply saying is, DC joins us.
What's
All I
that?
can all I can
Yeah,
say
man.
is that he finally got mad. He was pushed. The coaches tried to refrain. He kind of pushed the coach off. He said that was a foul. So he finally get upset to kind of protect his
Q,
players here. So,
Q, why
That
you
was
lying,
fake
bro?
mad, man.
what
He
are you
didn't say
talking
that.
about?
He didn't say that, Q.
That's
What
a
are you
fake mad.
What are you talking about? He didn't get mad didn't get mad?
No, he said that's a god doggone foul.
He said that was a foul. I read his lips. I seen what he said. I was looking right at him.
Then he repeated it again when it was holding. He said he moved his hand like real violently. You know, we don't normally see him do that.
No, I think
He moved his
it
hand. He
was
said,
Jared.
that's a god doggone foul.
Man, Willie said bullcorn.
That's a dang. He said that's a foul.
That's a
At least he got
goddamn
mad.
foul.
Though. I'm just saying, listen, the man got mad. You know, he
Hey,
got mad. He
look,
got mad and he
Stacey
did.
said Willie Green got mad at the female ref.
He really did.
Damn, that's crazy.
He ain't lying.
Don't do that. Don't do that, Stacey. Because I deal with that, man. Look.
Talk, boy.
All the men that are on the floor reffing. Look, everybody want to come after the only chick that's on the floor reffing. Like, okay, you didn't see him over there because that was his call.
He did get mad at because he was fussing at the lady and she was giving him.
Oh my God.
That lady looked like she was from down here. The way
so he can't go after the men. You ain't man enough.
Damn. That ain't how they get down in Detroit, I guess.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying though that at the end of the day, Lex, the man got mad, and that's something that we were saying. Willie needs to get upset. He needs to get angry. He got angry.
Okay, that
right?
was fake, man.
Come on!
I'm not buying it.
He manufactured.
It's too robotic, man. And
he
then,
was
look,
he was upset.
Then he put Dog. What are you pushing Hawk for?
Hawk was trying to reframe him. He didn't know who it was. He was just trying to get him off because he was trying to talk to the referee.
He knew who Hawk was, man.
He usually holds his hands out like like that, non-threatening manner. But he was actually doing what people have been saying Willie's supposed to do. The team is falling through the floor right now. You're losing games you're supposed to win. We know you're not. You're undermanned, but you got some of these bench guys that contribute real points. But Lex, come on now.
That's why it's fake mad to me, because it's like, dog, like it's not consistent enough. Like, do you know the Pelicans? Like, different guys are being fouled like horribly every single night, and all of a sudden on ESPN, national televised, you know what I'm saying? You want to come on, man.
So Willie,
they deal with fouls. We know the team deals with fouls like this all the time.
It was the pressures of the NBA Cup, Lex.
No. I mean, I just
don't listen to DC. DC know what he's talking about.
Like, dude, you consistency. I say that all the time. You got to be consistent with that jump. It shouldn't be like, every once in a blue moon, or when somebody says something to you or a reporter asks about it, you can't fight for your players. Nah.
I disagree. I think Willie Green got mad. I don't think he got fake mad. A lot of people were saying that Willie Green needs. I'm gonna have to say, yeah, DC. I have to agree with DC.
He don't pull the guy's darn it out too often. I think he was really mad.
I think he was really mad too. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he could have been really mad, but it's like, next game, the same foul gonna happen, and he ain't gonna say nothing.
Well, he probably not, because he don't do that every game. He got
for me.
He builds up his anger.
He wasn't mad on tonight. He probably was.
He got to build it up. He got to build up the anger.
Game increments, Lex. His anger builds up in game.
I'm just saying the history.
Why are we building up? What do we need to build up?
It's just listen. It's what it is. Willie Green doesn't exhibit this type of stuff every game. Like it builds up. And then you can see, obviously, tonight he was upset about the foul, and it was a foul.
There you go, Josh.
So I don't think the man is fake mad. I actually think it is. He doesn't get mad often. You know, so when he does, I got to give him credit because he's supposed to be doing something aggressively upset because your team is losing.
You know, yeah. I mean,
And
I
he
want
should
him
be
to
more
make
mad about
pressure.
tonight's loss than what he
You
should
know
be
what I'm
mad
saying?
about. He should be
Want him
mad
to
about
get
this
so
loss.
mad. Shoot, it makes
He
him
not
go
mad
and
about
learn
Zion.
X's and O's. You know, get so mad. Go learn how to, you know, make proper adjustments and things. Why aren't you getting that mad?
Because he believes he's making proper adjustments.
I
He's still
mean, I'm
building up
just,
enough anger for that, Lex.
but the results are still what?
It's
Can
a
somebody
loss.
tell me? Okay, all
The
right.
results are a loss.
I'm
But
just checking.
But you got to admit, Lex, that we're trending in the right direction as far as we lost by 41 points. Then we lost by 28 points. And now we lost by 4 points, which means next game we should win the game.
Hey,
Who-
I'm late, so I got a question for y'all. Two
Demande
questions.
question.
DC, Cam Reddish is a 3-level score.
He is.
Go ahead, DC. Go ahead, man.
Has Willie Green said that he was proud of everybody? And did we
I
cover
didn't
the
hear that.
Zion news already?
No, we didn't. We're trying to get through here, and then we're going to preview
Yeah,
the next
we
matchup. Then we'll
waited
get
for
to
you,
Zion.
DC.
Oh,
we
okay.
we were being professionals and waiting for our comrade.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, that's what we do, man. You know, right here.
Was Willie Green wasn't proud tonight? Did he mention
didn't
us
hear the whole thing.
not playing with enough force? Did we bring the force tonight?
He did not mention force one time. He did not mention nothing about joy. He said nothing about pride that I recollect.
Did he mention anger or violence or aggression?
He made no reference to those terms that you were
never
throwing out
does
there.
that. Look,
What's
he
your
got
point?
mad at the ref tonight. Wasn't
what's your
that
point?
enough?
What's your point? DC?
I didn't have a point. I just was asking because I
Trying to come in here and defame Willie?
No,
man
that's
didn't even
just
say that stuff.
Look,
that brings me joy. You know, the press conference to hear what Willie said. I just wanted to see how he addressed it. If he was proud of everybody.
I didn't hear he said proud.
Okay.
I mean, the thing is,
Jamal said he said proud. Q. He said you missed it.
he said proud, Molly. I didn't hear him say no proud, but you know, if you heard it, you heard it. I mean,
dang, Stacy.
It's just what it is.
He's got 1 week left. God. So when DeJounte come back, it's over for Willie Stacy? What's going on?
No, he ain't going like that, Stacy. I told you that, brother. They're gonna use the excuse thing, but
wouldn't that be a beautiful Black Friday gift? Why you
Don't get your hopes up, Lex.
Like
the clock is definitely
already
ticking.
fired one coach. Don't get your hopes up. In the same month, that's a bit much.
Well, it don't shine good on the VP because that would be 4 coaches in 6 years. So that damn sure don't look good on the VP. That is not stability. That is not sustainability. That's none of those things. So that is the exact opposite of it. But the thing is,
authentic and organic, though.
In what way? Compost?
This doesn't happen to anybody else. It's fairly unique.
Expound.
And original. Generally, when you have an organization, when you become a VP, you usually get the coach right the first time, and then you will proceed to make either decent or pretty good trades where you don't have to do extra trades to fix the trades that you messed up. So it's fairly unique and organic.
You mean
we're just missing the sustainable part.
The Steven Adams, Bledsoe.
The Steven Adams, the Bledsoe,
Valanciunas.
the Devontae Grahams, even though he was a signing, we had to trade 5 first-round picks to get rid of him. Lonzo Ball for pretty much nothing.
Valanciunas for nothing?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, because that second round, whatever that is, it don't count.
Let us not. And the thing is, too, if you hire Willie, you got to give him the opportunity to put the team around him that will give him the best chance to win. And when they first got him here, they didn't do that. They picked up Valanciunas, and I have absolutely no qualms with Valanciunas at all. I actually have a lot of respect for Big V. The thing was, he was obviously not the center that the Pelicans needed for Willie Green, which showed a disconnect. Like if small ball is this guy's attempted identity, then that doesn't fit with Valanciunas. So why was he acquired? You wasted time there, and then you didn't really gain anything from that. Now you might have had a little push, but like I said, what they're attempting to do is to then cycle back with a very simple stat and say that we each year had step level success. Each year we won more games than the previous year. That's been the marketing thing that they're going to send out to the rest of the people who love basketball. And we kind of stuck in that role right now. And right now, I think what's really happening, and we're about to cross over to the Zion Williamson news in just a second, but we have to preview the next matchup against the Pacers and go over that with quick thoughts before we kind of get to the bridge with Zion, because that's a big thing that a lot of people
Did we give
doing.
the player of the game for the Pelicans his props?
No, we didn't. We didn't get to that part yet, DC. Not at all, man. Michael says, do y'all think the Pelicans soft tanking Big Q? I saw Zion had injections in his hamstring.
First of all, I've never heard of injections in the hamstring.
Something wrong.
Well, it's around Thanksgiving. You know, they inject the turkey, so I guess they was just
DC,
whoever made up the lie kind of spilled over.
Come on, DC.
I mean, the technology is always changing, so I don't know.
DC, this is DC's second attempt at comparing Zion to a turkey. That's the second attempt. The first attempt is when I put the Looney Tunes bench up with everybody hurt. You basically said Zion was a turkey. There was a turkey on the bench, and you said that was Zion. Now,
bro, your memory good. You weren't supposed to catch that. I thought that was an inside joke I could have going on.
No, brother, you'd be amazed, bro. I hear a lot and catch a lot, brother. I pay very much attention. But yeah, bro, I don't think it's a soft tanking. I don't think tanking benefits the Pelicans because the family base has had its wits end with this whole situation, especially what's coming out with the design stuff we'll cross into. Like I said, the press conference is still ongoing right now, so we'll flash back when more people come to the podium. But it's just right now, a lot of people at their wits' end. It's been a very difficult 5 years with the Pelicans. We can't seem to gain ground with this current group of people because the star is not there. You know, the guy keeps missing games. And it's just compounding. You can't get a steady system. Willie Green is not he's not a strategic coach, and they're just not. To me, like they had a great effort tonight based on the last two games. Fam, I blew out by 41. We lost the other game by 28 points. Tonight we only lose by 4, so it feels better because the effort was better. But in the end, man, it's just more of the same. Pelicans right now sitting at 4-13. And then there's a gauntlet. I don't know if you guys have seen the next. Well, listen, hell.
We went over like the next 8 at least, bro.
Well, but not just that, DC, not even though, but the rest of the games in December. They have a brutal December schedule outside of the Toronto and Indiana games.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you're not guaranteed to win those, by the way. But it's a brutal December schedule that's ahead for the Pelicans, man, and it's going to be interesting, man. But I don't think they're tanking, bro. It wouldn't benefit us. We don't want. What are we going to do with that? If they tank out, what they going to do? Get that and ruin that? The Pelicans don't have any direction. That's the problem. We are a directionless, rudderless team, man, and we'll get some of these guys back. But the whole identity is you got to get these freaking guys to win games. If you got Trey Murphy, you got BI. You got backups scoring double-digit points. Like tonight should have been a win. Like we keep mentioning, like remember we talk about the Brooklyn game. We talk about, tonight should have been a win. The Lakers game should have been a win. You have to win these games to keep pace. I don't expect you to win all of them, but you have to steal some wins to keep pace. And not saying, well, we got to just wait till our big guys get back. And when the big guys get back, they're going to be under minute restriction. So what you going to tamp all that on them, the pressure on them while they trying to heal up and get back to basketball shape to win? You see what I'm saying? It's just unbelievable. But anyway, let's kind of do the breakdown, fam, because I really want to kind of get into the Zion Williamson's news. The next matchup we got coming up. DC, you still want to talk on this game? I know Lex said something. Lex, I'm gonna ask you the same thing. Any last thoughts on this game, the Golden State game tonight from DC and Lex? What y'all think before we look at the preview?
Oh, we can preview the next game.
DC, you got it. DC.
I think his mic is out.
DC.
But I do
Oh,
want to
yeah.
say this. Slim, I disagree. Yeah, Zion's played like
So let's
way
say,
more games than that dude. Like, they shouldn't even belong in the same sentence. Like, for real. I think that's too much off the beaten path. And plus, Zion, he can still change things around, whereas Odin, he couldn't. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, they don't belong in the same sentence.
All right. Next matchup we have here. We have the Pacers. Pelicans traveling to Pacerland. That'll be on Monday. Pelicans will travel up to Indiana, take on the 6-10 Pacer team. They're 4-2 at home, actually pretty decent at home. The matchup indicator, Lex, has not been wrong right now. They have the Pelicans down. They give them 26.1% chance to win against the Indiana Pacers. A lot of people believe with all the difficult games that we've been facing off against that the Pacers game should be a win. We beat them back earlier this month on the first of the month. Maybe we can kind of close them out and kind of get a win here and get our 5th win in the season. What do you think about the Pacers?
I think it depends on how they come out. I think when they came out and played
three game losing streak, Lex.
Okay. At the SKC, I think they kind of played down to where the Pelicans were because you had guys out. And sometimes teams do that. That's why, that could be an advantage for the Pelicans if the Pelicans come out and they play the correct way, bringing that energy, bringing that effort, and playing with a lot more heart.
Buffalo Soldier.
But I don't know. I mean, the fact that they've been losing, the Pacers are going to be at home. They're going to be seeking out a win. And I know the Pelicans are seeking out a win. So basically, they're kind of in the same boat, sort of, because they're both coming off of a loss, right?
Damn, the Bucks 7-9 now.
3 game losing streak for the Pacers right now, Lex. So yeah, they're looking for a win, man.
The thing is, the fact that the Pacers are at home and they're seeking a win, just like the Pelicans. It's kind of hard to say. I mean, teams play different when they're at home. And, they didn't really play the greatest when they were with the Pelicans, but they just got to come with that energy. I'm gonna let you cop DC.
Okay, what's the question, Q?
Pacers. Do we win the matchup against the Pacers? If so, how?
No.
If not, how?
There's no need for me to tell you.
If not, how?
What do you mean?
If not, how do we win? Yo.
No, we're not gonna win. Did you watch the game tonight?
Yo.
First of all, Jordan Hawkins averaged 18 points. And to my amazement, when he comes back from injury, he's not in the starting lineup. I was glad they put Alfred Payton there, and yes, I owe you $5.
Send my goddamn $5, man.
Well, just take it out of the 25 that you owe me and send me my 20.
I already. What you talking about?
Oh, all right. So you're gonna play dumb on your end. But
that pizza was $50. I sent you 25 for that pizza and them wings. So cut that out, brother.
Send it to America, not Jamaica.
I did. I thought I did. I feel that's it.
But anyway, I don't see the Pacers suffering with any injuries other than Ben Shepherd.
No,
be all right.
Nembert is he's out.
Oh, Nembert is out.
They said he going, and this was 12 days ago. They said that he'll miss at least 2 weeks. So he should be ready by the time the Pelicans game is.
I know, right? Ain't we the game where everybody come back from injury?
Yeah, he should be ready for that game, man. He should be back by that game.
But this is a team with them. They're what, 6-10? So they're going through
Yeah.
some struggles.
Right.
But if we're gonna match our struggles up against their struggles, I think our struggles win out. So we can win in that fashion, in the fact that we'll struggle more than them. So I don't see us beating the Pacers, man. They have a better coach than ours, even though their team is going through some hard spots. They got health on their side. And I'm pretty sure, even though I haven't watched the Pacers a lot, I'm pretty sure they have some form of identity. This is a team that's coming off of being in the Eastern Conference Championship. So pretty much, if you're not like a bumbling team right now, like we can't beat you. So a team that's actually a team with any type of logical plan will find a way to beat the Pelicans, even when they start off playing bad.
Hold
as you
on,
saw
bro.
the Warriors do tonight.
I mean, listen, bro. This is a bet. And listen, I'm going.
I said something wrong?
No, I'm saying no. I didn't say anything about you saying anything wrong,
okay,
brother. All I'm saying is that tonight the Pelicans did have a better effort against the Golden State Warriors. It didn't translate in a win like we would expect it
Yeah,
to.
but see, stuff like my man Stacy is saying right here, and I vaguely remember that too, Stacy.
I seen it. I
We
remember
got
that.
take out during
You're right.
the 8-0 run. You know, when we do dumb shit like that, it's like we can't get out our own way. We started the fourth quarter, and what did I tell you, Q? Because I watched the game at your house.
Right.
I said, Q, watch, we're gonna put the starters back in, and Willie not gonna put Alfred Payton in, and everybody gonna get rattled and they ain't gonna be able to get settled down. What happened?
You did what you said. You did exactly what
How
that
do
I
I
said.
know this? And I'm an armchair coach, watching at home. How do I know this? And the NBA coach don't know this, man.
I don't know, DC, and that to me is very concerning because you don't have to have a PhD in basketballology to be able to see some of the things that Willie Green is doing that doesn't make any sense, like the Alfred Payton thing. When they talked about that, he mentioned that in the press conference that the point guard by committee approach. I hate that. I despise that. Just go get a point guard. Alfred Payton was sitting there. He's a guy.
It don't have to be a point guard all the time, Q. You just have to. Somebody has to be the primary facilitator.
Right. And DC, the thing is, and y'all, the communication with the Pelicans it's not good enough for them to have so many people handling the ball. Order for a committee approach style system to work, the communication has to be off the chain. It has to be like guys got to know what they're doing. Guys got to be communicating with guys who might be lost. But oftentimes you see the communication breakdowns. At times you see when Alfred Payton was in there, having the ball and him sitting up at the top of the key, you got other guys moving around and then people to just stand still. He has to then look and wave guys to make moves, and then they'll just get stale. I'm like, man, look at that. It's not flowing. Why?
But every time I saw Alfred Payton get out on a break and nobody was running with him.
Right. Nobody running with him. I'm like, man, where's the guy? And then people not doing what they're supposed to do. It was a couple of times later in the game where Trey Murphy had an opportunity to block a shot, but instead he just stayed with his guy as opposed to the guy was right in front of him. The guy,
about Bronzy when he hit that runner, huh?
Yeah, and I'm like, dude, go get with. You're standing there. You're 6'10". Go up and don't just stand there and watch him do the runner. Try to block it. But anyway, man, like I said, it's just the communication is not good enough for the Pelicans, offensively and defensively. We're trying to run some goddamn approach where you have a committee approach on anything. Your communication has to be there, and it's just simply not there, despite the fact that he preaching this all the time. But I really have no explanation for why Willie Green does these things, man. He's really supposed to be a guy. He's been an assistant coach with people for years. He was a player. He was an off guard that played in the league. He's supposed to have a great idea of what to do offensively speaking as well as defensively speaking. This guy is a NBA head coach.
Man,
And
Willie
to sit up,
averaged 7 points and 1.5 assists. Q, how much you expect out of him? Come on,
but I'm just saying, bro. Listen,
stop
man,
throwing it out.
we ain't gonna sit up here and pretend like
Willie
you have
Green can get you ready for a real coach. That's what he can do.
Willie Green ain't supposed to. Be honest with you, Willie ain't supposed to be coaching an NBA team, bro. I mean, this is 4 years in.
I wouldn't even want him to prep for the real coach.
I don't
Come
understand.
on, now don't
It's
do it yet.
like, what is he prepping them for? Like,
Play
they're
hard,
not offering
I
anything.
play
just,
with force. You gotta fight. Be
I think,
professional.
And
Be
the
excellent,
first
young man.
thing,
He'd
take
be real
down
good
all
for a
that
church league
junk
team.
that's hanging on that wall, on them walls, talking about joy and togetherness and
is Joy up there?
passion. Yeah,
Yeah,
joy's
Joe
up
is up
there.
there.
Oh, it is.
It
Every time we
is.
do an
That's why
interview,
we keep saying
we
it.
are reminded by mindfulness and compassion. And if you pan a little further, you see joy.
I mean, that is not preparation. It's like, no, these are grown men. Well, what are these words up here for? Are we playing basketball or is this a ballet recital or something?
Be ye little children and play full of joy to enter the gates of heaven.
That's when you want to have all that stuff, is when you're doing ballet recitals, man.
Well, it's about time for the holidays, so it fits.
Ballet?
No,
That's a little
anytime.
harsh.
What
Ballet?
sport are we playing?
I mean, it could be the church league
Basketball.
basketball team. You know, they'll have banners like that
No,
up there.
is this a church basketball team?
No.
Somebody. Okay, so why are we saying this?
I find it very weird and
It is weird.
very weird for
Nobody else
compassion.
talks like that.
For compassion to be on the wall of a basketball
Talk
team, I do find that very weird.
like that
I
little
would
boy-
probably, I wouldn't
word
find that very.
Valentine's Day.
I
Thank you
wouldn't
so
find that. I wouldn't find that weird for that word to be somewhere around a certain individual's home that's currently in prison. But in terms of it's who has beds on his basketball court, so I would find that to be there. But to have compassion,
You need to dial it back a
check
little
this
bit.
out. Check this out, y'all. What if you went into an NFL locker room and you saw those words?
mindfulness, I wouldn't be. Mindfulness,
dudes hit each other out on the gridiron.
togetherness, and mindfulness, I can see that.
Is
But
that
compassion,
compassion?
I
You
don't
know
know about
what I'm saying?
compassion.
Well, you want to have compassion when you tackle a
when
quarterback, Lex, because you could get a fine if you hit him too hard.
A defensive end is tackling you. Is that
Well, let me.
compassion?
No, that it better not be no compassion if they know what's best for them.
That's my point. It doesn't make sense. And I know football is more violent. You know what I'm saying? But still, you can still have some violence, because in actuality, I still feel like basketball is still a contact sport. Obviously, it's not like football, but still, look, you can't. Choosing joy and compassion ain't it, man. Those aren't even competitive words. Nobody uses that. Hey, go out there and compete. Take their head off. Break their ankles.
Oh, that's not Willie.
That's competition.
No,
I mean,
that's
even in theater, they say a break a leg.
that's evil
That's
competition.
theater.
That's
There's
mean,
no,
Lex.
there's no
That is
contact.
mean. That's mean. You're being a meanie.
You understand? In theater, they say break a leg. They are choosing violence.
They mean in good. That's the term of good luck in theater speak. You're right. But Willie Green is not from the theater. Willie's from the streets.
Yeah, because they trying to break a leg.
Then Willie heals it with passion.
Yeah.
He's not healing anything. He can't do anything for this team.
Willie out there fucking up stuff. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Goddamn,
is
Molly.
losing healing? Is that healing people?
It ain't healing me. I'm pissing me off
Okay,
here. That's
so
what
you
I'm saying.
can't say that, Big Q. You just contradicted yourself.
Molly say Willie plays Donnie McClurkin every practice.
We fall
done all you
down
can.
and we get up. We fall down.
Stop it. Uh-oh. Hold on. I got something for you.
We were never
We
going
fall. Never gonna make it.
Oh, goodness. Oh my God.
That's a perfect. Hey man, that's a perfect song right now for the Pelicans.
Hey,
Willie
Q,
got that blasting
I
in the
think
locker
we
room.
got a hit, bro. We got to put that under Willie Green interviews now.
Oh
You know,
my
you got to
God.
put the music back there when he interviewing, like low enough to where we can still hear him, but we can hear the music. Got to play that, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Say, bro,
Here,
listen,
here,
man.
here, sing it again, Big Q.
What?
Sing the song again.
What? We fall down,
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you
but
go.
we get up. I forgot the words. DC, get your guitar. I'm gonna try to sing along with you, brother. See, get your
You
DT
got to play. It's an
and
organ in there, bro. You the piano
and
man.
register 3-level score.
You the piano man, bro. This one on you.
Sing,
They
Big
got
Q.
organs in there, bro. Go
Sing,
ahead.
Big Q. Go on and sing.
Show us how you
Sing
got
your
your
heart out.
Grammy. Come on.
Come on.
I need the guitar. DC to sing. Bring DC, bring out the guitar, man. DC, that's not McClurkin, bro. That's a dude on the wrong side of the spectrum, brother. What you doing?
Well, you gotta pull your piano out. You gotta pull your piano out.
Wouldn't you love to see them both together? Come on, Q. Give us a taste
Yeah,
of that.
that'd be some great
That'd
music
be
right
nice,
there.
man. I go to
Shoot,
church. I go to church that
legend
Sunday
on
to
the
see that.
piano.
DC, this is not basketball content, brother. That's not.
I mean, we got a church basketball team, so we might as well continue. We got all this love and compassion and joy, and we proud of everybody, even when they lose. And you know,
Okay, Big Shine. I got a whole
Well, we
lot of
could
issues with what you just now said.
and God.
Sing, Big Q. Sing, Big Q.
that's Zion, yo.
Praise him.
Back up again. We fall down sometimes, but we get back up again.
But why is she
Why
laying
you got
on the
all
floor
black
like
like the
that?
Grim Reaper?
Towards the ground.
What's going on with Donnie, man?
Oh man, Donnie been on the trip, man. I don't know what's going on there, brother.
Donnie look like he about to murk something, man. He going to a
I
funeral?
do got a question.
I don't know. It was some definitely some energy
What
of
y'all
the
thinking
wrong
about, though?
spectrum happened on that side of the world, but we gonna be all right though. We gonna. So I say, Lex, you ain't understanding, Willie. When you're passionate about playing basketball, you give it your all, and when you're giving something your all, you feel joy. That's pretty deep, Sean.
Okay.
Shout out to you, brother.
Yeah, Big Sean. So the thing is, would you say that I'm passionate about playing basketball? Would you say that?
Well, we know you don't
vibe that
have
you
a
get
lot
from
of
me?
compassion. We know you don't have that. Especially for Willie.
No, I know. I'm just asking a question. Would he? I'm gonna ask y'all. Would you say that I'm passionate about playing basketball? Or
Yeah,
about
you got a different passion, Lex. Your passion is from the other side of the force.
Your passion comes from the diaphragm.
You
It comes
been
from
listening to me
it becomes from the other side of the force, Lex.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm passionate, and yeah, I it's not joy that I'm feeling. It's not joy.
It's because it's not leading to wins.
It's time to get mean and ugly.
Oh, Willie never
Get
gonna do
after
that.
it. Yes.
The toughest
Very
you're gonna see.
aggressive. Thank you, Tasha.
You're gonna see
Okay.
Willie. What he said, Lex, is what he said. He got mad at the thing. The guy tried to hold him back. He pushed him off.
Has anybody ever played street ball? Anybody ever played street ball? Anybody playing with joy when they playing street ball?
Let me tell you something, boy. When Willie,
when I get the
Lex, I ain't gonna lie, man.
and I get to do my little celebration and point
Who's
at
being
you,
nice?
I'd be very happy.
Look, and
Hey.
I'm talking about the type of street ball where they ain't calling no fouls. Okay.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
It start off with joy and smiles, and then people get angry once you start.
I ain't gonna lie, man. When Willie got mad at that referee, man, at that female referee, Willie nose got like two sizes larger. I mean, it was just ridiculous, man. I was like, damn, Willie's so mad, man. He's fire about to come out of his nose, man. He was really upset, brother. Like, damn.
Well,
That boy got a schnoz.
I know he really mad because when he get mad for real,
Willie look like a cartoon character when he get mad.
His
Willie
bottom
got
lip
He looks
stick
like
out.
that
Q.
anyway.
It
Willie.
stick out real big.
I ain't gonna.
You know
Willie,
how baby
looks
Q
like
before
a
they start
cartoon
crying,
character.
his bottom lip come all the way out.
boy, I thought Willie had a beak on his.
And you know what? You know what he looked like to me? Because y'all think he was really mad. Man, he looked
I
like
thought that boy turned into Plucky Duck for a
man,
second.
he was whispering to Collins, "Hey man, hold me back like I'm really mad."
You
All
saw
right,
you saw that? You
hold
saw
me
him
back.
whisper.
Come on, hold me back.
We gotta
That's
pull
what
a
he
video.
was
We gotta
doing
pull a video.
Hey, my boy, that boy
to make it
had a
look like he was
schnoz.
really mad.
The schnoz.
Come
I
on.
mean, but anyway, man. I mean,
Let's
but
get to the Zion interview, man. We gonna go another 30 minutes roasting Willie, man.
I
no, I'm
mean,
just saying.
you know how we do DC. We got a lot to talk about.
Well, the family wants you to pull up the video, Q. So I guess
Wait,
we got to pull up the video and do a play-by-play before we.
A Willie getting mad? Is that what's going on?
Yes, they would like to see.
Oh my God.
I ain't gonna do that.
Specifically, brother Don Rich, he asked for it. He's very persistent.
That boy knows, boy. That boy grew a beak on his face right quick, boy. I was like, damn, man. That boy turned into Daffy Duck, Plucky Duck, Bubba Duck, Shucky Duck. Poor Willie, man. I can see why he don't get mad, man. She try to refrain.
He
all
don't
of his
know how
anger.
to get mad. He don't know how to get mad.
I thought he was gonna drool on the court the way his lip was sticking out there and it was all shiny, full of
It's
spit.
always sticking out.
Schnoz.
That might have been how Brandon Boston fell. Now that I think about it.
Boy, if boy, I
He
tell
makes
you,
that look
DC,
like he turns his head to the
DC.
side and makes that smirk with his mouth. Like
DC.
he always does that.
Hey yo, he got mad, boy. I just said, damn, man. You know, I'm kind, you know me, dog. I'm kind of petty with it. Boy, I said, rap. If DC, if that boy turn, if he turned into a rapper, boy, I got the perfect name for him, dog. Call that boy. You know, he probably be a pretty good rapper till he be a positive rapper, boy. You have a good name for him, DC. You know what the name would be, brother? Take a stab at it, bro.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with,
what you talking about, Stacey, man? Colin snapped his fingers
It's
and rubbed
schnoz.
his neck at it.
Schnoz.
That don't even sound right.
Schnoz.
What?
What would be the name of his debut album?
What's the first one? DC, what's the name of the first? It'll be written.
Shoot,
That's what it'll be
J.O.Y.
called.
boy.
It'll be written.
Schnoz, it'll be written.
Yeah, Schnoz. It'll be written. That's the name of the first album. That's right. Anyway, man, let me stop being petty, man.
He gonna redo halftime?
Yes. You're gonna be losing by 20 at halftime. You're gonna redo halftime. You're gonna redo the world is yours.
20 at halftime.
The world is yours. Yeah, the world is yours. You're gonna have all that on there.
No, you got to do it right, Q. The world is yours, not mine. He got compassion, you know.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I'm just messing around, man.
Right,
anyway, let's keep it pushing, man. Let's move on, man, because we got let's play this one because the interview's still going on. The last press conference ain't nobody.
We can't tease Willie like this when we win, man. We gotta leave Willie alone.
Nah, we got love for Willie, man. Lex says the hell with that.
Molly, you missed it.
Y'all saying a lot of stuff that's like,
Willie's rapper name would be Schnoz.
No, J.O.Y. boy.
Schnoz. DC right wrong for that, bro.
Young boy. J.O.Y. boy. That's what he is.
Wait, J.O.Y. boy?
J.O.Y. boy.
NBA J.O.Y. boy?
Schnoz. Oh, man, you wrong for that.
Never broke again because I don't get text, boy.
He ain't get no check.
Hey, we can go on with this. Look.
And he didn't go home with his challenge. Y'all gonna quit playing with Willie.
Force boy. You know what I'm saying?
Force boy.
Anyway, man. So let's
wow.
A quick
Willie P.
A quick Willie P. Clean up, man. All right. So anyway, we already previewed.
We played the cleanup song tonight.
No, I'm saying that's Willie. That's what Marley talking about, man. Willie P. All right, but anyway, man, we previewed the Pacers matchup. We pretty much DC gave his ass Lexxah on the Pacers. They pretty much don't think it will happen, but we'll see, man. The Pelicans came close tonight. They got
one more contending rap name. I thought it deserved an honorable mention.
Uncle Luke Skywalker. Damn. Yes, on the good side of things.
I don't know, because I like Luke.
Joy Star.
Joy Star. I don't know. J.O.Y. boy just has a ring to it. You know what I'm saying?
Joy Star.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, Victor.
That was a group, Knoxville. You cheated.
Our Victory 777 says the Owls need to stop walking the ball up, dribbling, move the ball faster, get back on defense. Willie got no attention to details. And his feel of the game is questionable as well. And in year number 4, that is also very concerning because you would give him leeway in 1, in 2, not so much but in the 3rd year. But at the 4th year, we're supposed to see some dramatic improvement in his coaching acumen. And we're not seeing a lot of. We're basically seeing the same stuff now, whether it feels like he holding back because he doesn't have his guys or whatever the case may
No,
be.
he's not holding back. He don't have no.
Listen,
he don't have no cards in his back pocket.
I'm saying, DC.
And we made it to the playoffs, and we saw the exact same thing. Remember that?
Don't shoot the messenger.
Poker.
No more.
Don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm saying whatever the case may be, it is what it is, right? All right. So anyway, man, let's listen to this one here. We're gonna play this one right here from Zion. It's about
Willie
4
Green,
minutes.
Scrooge McDuck, what? Willie Green Duck, he's swimming in money.
What? I don't know if he's swimming in money.
I guess he's trying to Scrooge McDuck, Willie Green Duck. Yeah, I think that's the.
All right, so
let's move on.
Let's move on. Let's hit the Zion stuff, man, because this is very interesting. This is the interview that posted earlier today. We'll also show some of the images as well. But let's hear from this and
see any images.
Let's keep it going.
Did it happen in the Cleveland game?
It had to have, because when I left the arena, I felt fine. No problems, no nothing. Got up the next day, came in for treatments, and was like, feel more sore here than usual. When I got it checked out and got that great news. Not great news, but it's
being sarcastic.
It wasn't what I wanted to hear.
Yeah. How has it been going through an injury again?
The initial part is always just rough on your mental, but after the first week, you know, your spirits are back up, and just being around the guys helps a lot as well.
Does it help knowing it wasn't as bad as the one, especially the one in Philly a couple years ago? I know we talked about that last year with this one. How much does it help knowing it's not the same?
A lot. It helped a lot. Just because, you know, I re-aggravated the one from Philly, and the one last year was just bad timing at the point of that season. But this one, I was glad that it wasn't nothing crazy.
Your conversations with kind of like Pelicans performance staff and your own people. I mean, the hamstring has been on both legs, been a hot spot. Just what's kind of the analysis from the people you're talking to of like, how can we like try to treat this, you know, going forward?
Working on mobility, strength in different areas. It's definitely a lot of things that I can do to improve on, you know, taking stress off that area.
And because you're such a gifted athlete, you put so much force on your lower extremities. Like, is that part of it that like you're kind of one of one from an athleticism perspective? And like, I don't like, is that part of the conversation that you're having of like, we might have to do different things to treat this and all that?
Absolutely. You know, you have to factor that in. Because I don't have the normal basketball body type, but I can also do things that guards can do to really get off the ground. So yeah, we definitely take that approach when going into rehab.
Timing wise, this is also not great team wise as things are going on. How tough was that knowing, you know, hey, a lot of guys are out and for this to happen at that time?
It's very unfortunate. But, you know, as a team, we're keeping our spirits up, and it's a long season. You know, guys are starting to kind of return, so that's going to be great. And, you know, hopefully by January, we're in full stride.
With all the injuries happening at the beginning of the season, you still have a lot of time to play going forward and still a lot of opportunity to fight for postseason play. Now, what is the mentality of the team kind of going through this?
You know, it's bringing us closer together, but attention to details. You know, for guys who aren't playing and guys who are playing, just those small details. You know, I've talked about it over the past few years, but, you know, if we want to be a great team, those small details matter. So we've definitely been locking in on those.
You said something in Portland when you were like, with our luck. I mean, how do you just deal with that snake bitten feeling, that feeling of, man, we just have experienced a ton of bad luck?
You know, when you get the initial news, it sucks. It's like, man, really? But like I said, after a few days, you get your spirits back up and, you know, you just look towards the future.
I know you and Jose are going to be a little longer, but now we're looking at, you know, Hawk coming back, maybe, you know, CJ, DJ, Herb, all, you know, hopefully relatively soon.
Yes, sir.
How much is that kind of encouraging right now, you know, that things are starting to trend in the right direction?
You know, that goes along with keeping our spirits up. Coming in the gym every day in good spirits and just bonding as a team.
Does it feel like this is a team that has this record? I mean, it feels like the spirits have been pretty high the whole time.
Man, that's a great question. We know the position we're in right now. It's not a good one at the moment. But like I said, we come in the gym every day, good spirits, and, you know, we're going to figure it out.
What can you do as far as movement, mobility right now?
You ask me a lot, but I got to follow protocol and guidelines. But like I said, staying in good spirits, rehab's going great, on track. So that's all I can do right now.
Does it give you guys a little boost seeing the way the team is fighting and these players that have been stepping up and playing hard?
Absolutely. You know, for some of the guys, they're like Brandon Boston. He's getting the chance to, you know, showcase his talent and his skill playing 30 minutes. So it's one of those blessings in disguise. So when you see somebody else shining, you know, you want to support them. So like I said, good spirits. And, you know, as a team, we're together.
All right. So that's Zion Williamson, man. They're breaking it down. Talk about a few things there, man. And while he was talking, I was just looking up some of the stuff from these injuries they telling us about, man. And you can see on his face, man, he's a little definitely down. Have to keep going through this over and over again. I know I would be upset, man. You can see it. He kind of weary about it. And it's also some other stuff. Let me see if I can pull up the stuff here. Some of the images DC sent me online, man.
Man, I just sent you another one too on ESPN. They said the guys are playing hard for Willie Green, and that's a good sign. Thought y'all might enjoy that.
Who said that?
Yes,
Wendy. Wendy's.
Oh, you ain't gonna put up his picture, Big Q?
Big Wendy's. Put the two fingers up, man, pointing there. There you go.
Hey, you got a
donut. He looks like he knows a lot about basketball.
What? Huh? Oh, there you are, little Dickens. Oh my gosh. I think they got claw hazard from him. I promise you.
That guy's neck is gone, man.
It is. Like you can really have to donut up in there. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the fact that the protocol thing, you know, like he can't talk about his injury and things. That was kind of, I don't know, I wasn't feeling that too much. Because the thing is like we can't trust the organization to tell us anything.
Oh, some chicken.
That's probably his chef. He does have a chef, you guys.
What image is he putting on his back?
I thought it was like a lion or something.
Pasta. Mm.
Okay, so you
The
just
dude that's doing the tat ain't the one doing the
I know it's two
cooking the
different
pasta, is it?
people.
His chef is his tattoo artist. That's what's going on.
Can't be.
Why do we have shots of food and he's getting tattooed? I don't understand.
I thought he already had that on there. Oh, okay. I
Nah,
thought
he
it
got a
was
big it looked like a Joker or something.
oh, I thought it was like
I just don't understand why I'm saying a
I
man
guess
with a
they
shirt
just
off
doing
and
the
chicken.
whole experience or something. I don't know.
I don't want to
But-
eat right now. No.
That's the same goddamn man, bro. He cooking and tattooing, man.
Are you sure that's the same? That's
It
weird.
looked like the same damn dude, man. But anyway, let me
I
go.
thought it was like a lion or something.
That's a lion?
I don't know. I don't know. It looked like
He
some type
should
of
know.
animal.
It looked like a lion's face on his back, man.
Yeah, like it has the
But people clowning Zion because of this image right here, according to what DC sent.
Yeah.
Right here, they clowning the piss out of Zion.
Yeah,
on this image right
we're
here.
getting lit up on social media right now. They've been putting Zion next to like 36-year-old Steph and 40-year-old LeBron. 24 versus 36 versus 40.
Look at this cat here. Said Luka was never this fat.
Bruh.
Dude, this is crazy, man.
It's crazy, man. Zion, skinny fat, officially.
Skinny fat. Never, yeah. Well,
In his defense, man, I think he's been fasting to lose a lot of weight, and I've done that before. Like you can fast and lose a lot of weight really fast, and if you don't do it correctly, you can also lose your muscle. So your body will burn fat, but it'll burn muscle as well to maintain the energy.
Thank you,
So
Dan.
to me, that looked like what happened, but man, like who's advising them on doing that? I just think a really good trainer, or just most trainers, know that. So like, why would they let that happen to him? Also, he's had the injury for a while, so maybe he ain't been working out. But I mean, with a hamstring injury, I would think you're still able to work out. Actually, it probably would benefit you to do some form of working out, keeping your conditioning up. You can ride a bike, I would think. Maybe not, but you can still work out your upper body. Like, I know you can do push-ups. You know what I'm saying? You can still hit the weights. It's a lot of things. So I see that, and I just look at the Pelicans and our conditioning staff and whoever he has around him, man. It's sad to say, but we're in year 6, and that shit needs to be heavily revamped. There's no way Zion should be looking like an average guy, and he played basketball for a living all year round, man. That's crazy.
All right, here's Wendy's. Let's see what he was saying, man, about the Pelicans situation. Here we go.
Where does this team go? So you hear that report from Shams. It doesn't sound like he's coming back before the first of the year. They are already 5 games behind 10th place. 5 games behind 10th place in the loss column. I think they got to seriously start talking internally, and I'm sure that they are, about whether they need to think about the gap year strategy. This is something that we saw last year with the Memphis Grizzlies when they had all those injuries and John Morant went down. It is a little early to consider that, but hearing that update on Zion, knowing that they still have a bunch of guys out, knowing how tough the West is, look at how many teams they have to climb over just to get into the back end of into the play-in. That's something that is a sad situation, but is a realistic situation.
I think to that point, and I was in the situation where we had a gap year, but we had no decision to make. Curry got hurt in the 3rd game of the season, hand broken, out for the season. I think this Pelicans team, those guys are all going to come back. Now, this guy's Zion, not that guy Ingram, but Zion being out that long makes it harder. But when these guys start coming back, they're almost too good to go that route. They'd have to actually make trades to dump out of some of these.
Thank you. That's it. Because Zion is the true definition of false hope. Every single season you come in, you're like, oh, yeah, he's in the best shape of his life. Zion, he's ready. And he always give you false hope within that short span that he plays games. If I'm the Pelicans, I'm considering trading Zion Williamson.
His value was non-existent.
That's what y'all wanted to do anyway.
Okay,
So
well, at least try to move him, because if you think that Zion is going to be the
wanna
guy
give
that's
him-
going to
give him
take
away
you
for
to the
nothing.
promised land, you're mistaken.
Last year he was pretty good.
He played a
See,
career
the
high
problem
70
is
games.
you trying to talk with your shit and you don't know nothing instead of listening. Huh?
I'm listening.
Okay? No. I get $40,000 and I dare motherfucker to pop.
Hey man, listen, bro. It's this is what you're going to hear. This is what you're going to hear from the Pelicans, man, with these injuries, and this is something that's been happening year after year after year. Is that we've always some form of fashion, whether it's early or middle or even later in the year, we find ourselves looking at the fact, when are we going to get Zion? And it's still in the way a lot of his developmental time. I can only imagine what this guy would be if he had all at least half of those, like half of the missed games back, how far along his game would be, his mid-range game and everything else. It's just he has to fight to get healthy, and then when he gets rolling, he gets hurt. That has to be at some point.
Rehabbing is definitely different from, conditioning. It really is. Because the thing is, if you're rehabbing, you're trying to get back to where you can truly, condition yourself to get back in the game. And, like he said, and he understands this, he doesn't have the typical basketball body. And I think that's one thing that, like, everybody needs to understand. He doesn't. He doesn't have, like, if you look at a lot of guys, they're tall and skinny. I mean, he has his body. We don't understand what it's like to have his body. I mean, if you don't have a basketball body, we know what basketball bodies typically look like, and he doesn't have that. So everything that he's doing, it has to be different. We can't look at him the same as anybody else. I know a lot of people want to say, even, bring up other guys like Charles Barkley and or Sean Kemp or Johnson, bring up those cats. But it's like, you can't even do that. Because his game is not even like theirs. Like, the dude he's got a lot of power. You know what I'm saying? And so I don't know. I mean, it's I think one analogy I heard, he's kind of like what do you call them? A Corvette in a body, like in a like semi truck or something.
No, they say it was he's a semi truck in a Ferrari body.
Okay, all right. So I had it
or vice versa. He's a Ferrari in a semi truck body.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thanks. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. But yeah, I mean, that's basically what he is. So, I mean, I feel like it's a combination of things. I really do feel like it's a combination of things. But yeah, I really feel like, the Pelicans, I don't feel like they were equipped to really help Zion to really get to where he needs to be at, and vice versa. I say all the time, attitude reflects leadership. And I don't feel like they were prepared for him from the get-go. I really don't. I mean, when you look at this whole up to now, when you look at everything up to now, it's like, everything has been delayed. And we know that because look at how they've been trading. Look at how they've been moving. Look at the decisions, the poor decisions that they've been making, the financial decisions. Like, so what would we expect with a generational talent like Zion? And even with Anthony Davis, I know obviously Anthony Davis was able to do more for the Pelicans organization than Zion has up to this point, but they couldn't even do enough for him. That's why he left. It's almost like, you look at all these things and it's like deja vu. It's like the organization really hasn't learned. And, I feel like it's both. It's both parties. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing is, if you're 19 coming into the league, you don't know. You're trying to, coming in, you're new. You're a baby coming in. You know what I'm saying? But I think the biggest mistake that they did was, instead of putting pressure on Zion immediately, they took that away. Like, for someone who's highly tutored as him, and he came in with that pressure. You know, why would you take it away? And really, we know why, because who's power struck? Who's got PTSD from LeBron James? He didn't want that. He
That's
didn't want
where
that. He
that
didn't want
well
that
that,
this guy, man. He really didn't.
well, you know, Lex, that's and you know, we've discussed this in the previous stream. We talked about it since David Griffin is relatively been here. He's been here for a while, and there's evaluation need to be happening about whether or not he should keep his job. I don't want to hear anything about injuries. You know, we've been talking about that for the last 5 years, and it hadn't really gotten us anywhere.
And then sometimes that can't be no scapegoat no more. It's
It
like,
can't
look,
be
you
because
can still coach, man. If you get the right pieces around and stop trying to control everything. Like,
yeah,
you have to be bought into winning, and it's
Lex,
just not there.
no, it's yeah, you're right, but that's the whole point about it, though. This is a top down effect. Like if we've had enough injuries where we should be the master of the injuries because we've had them more than most teams, and when the rest of the league is inflicted heavily by injuries, the Pelicans are double or triply inflicted. Like when you have some of these teams that are saying it's an uptick in injuries based on some of their data, the Pelicans are severely. I mean, our top 7, 8 players were missing, and they were out here. I told DC this: they're out here. They're the most expensive cheerleaders in the NBA. It's crazy as hell. You see the top 8, 9 guys of your team, 7, 8, 9 guys of your team. They're on the bench cheering on third stringers, cheering them on. It's the craziest stuff that I've seen in a long time. But at the end of the day, the Pelicans should have this injury thing licked. Problem is they're not as proactive as we would like them to be.
Yeah.
And that's top down. That's because of David Griffin's non-leadership and all of his BS that he spews and not wanting certain character types in the building that'll tell him to go take that, whatever you doing, and shove it. Take your tired ass in that room and go close the door. You hired me to do a job. Let me do the job. Don't tell me how to run my team. This is my team. I'm gonna run it the way I want to. And that's not Willie Green. He's a guy that is complacent. He is a guy, he's similar to the rest of the personalities that guy hired. And he won't hire a guy with a resume to take control of the team because he wants the credit for trying to turn the team into something, even though he don't know what the F he doing. But DC, what's your take on the whole Zion situation, man, before because this is a whole nother situation too, bro. Talking about his contract situation for those who might not have heard about Zion's. This came out. This is one of the rumors that was circulating around. And I think ESPN covered it. This is on Bleacher Report talking about Zion.
This dropped tonight, and I'm wondering if it had anything to do with how social media is clowning him for being hurt again and overweight, and all of this stuff.
Yeah,
has Zion had enough? To me, a lot of players, they seem to switch agents before they want to trade.
Well, it said it right here, bro. Pelicans forward Zion Williamson will no longer be represented by Creative Arts Agency. The Athletics' Joe Varden and Sam Amick reported Williamson's, quote, contract situation, end quote, is, quote, in doubt, end quote, due to his injury history, according to Varden and Amick. He had been represented by CAA since 2019. The news of the split comes the same day ESPN's Shams Charania reported that Williamson is not, quote, close, end quote, to returning from an ongoing hamstring issue. Williamson originally signed with CAA Sports as a 19-year-old NCAA star. Since entering the NBA as a top pick in 2019's draft, injuries have limited Williams to fewer than 50% of the Pelicans' games. He's played in 6 of New Orleans' 16 games so far this season. Williamson is playing in the second season of a 5-year, $197 million contract that he inked with the Pelicans in 2022. However, Mike Vorkunov of The Athletic has previously reported the Pels have an out built into Williams' contract after this season because Williamson fell short of games played clause in his contract during the 22-23 campaign. The final 3 years of his deal are not guaranteed per Vorkunov. That opens up the possibility for the Pelicans to waive Williamson after the 24-25 campaign without taking on any dead money. Also, he says Williamson, who has not played since suffering a left hamstring strain during the November 6 loss to the Cavs, has undergone multiple treatments on his hamstring, according to Sharania, who reported that Williamson could be sidelined past mid-December as he rehabilitates a body part that has sustained multiple strains over the past few years. Now, fam, listen, let me finish this article right here, and I'm gonna just throw this in here because we played the Zion Williamson interview just a few minutes ago. As I'm listening to Zion Williamson, I was doing more research and I was finding out about why one would take injections into the hamstring area. And basically what the medical journal was saying, to not only just alleviate pain, but it could be to help facilitate healing in that region. And also it did stipulate that that also could work in reverse as well, that it could also not help. So it's kind of it gave me the thought process of the appearance that it could be a 50-50 situation. Also, it did make mention, not saying that this is the case, but what if there's some scarring or something else going on here that we don't know about? It did reference that in that journal about hamstring and repeated injuries to the hamstring region. So just throwing that out there. I'm gonna continue to look at that, but I just wanted to share that with y'all. But let's go back to the article and then I'll turn it over to DC, let them in Lex to see what they think about it. He returned to play. Williamson has missed 53 games of the 22-23 campaign due to right hamstring injury. He returned to play a career high 70 games in 23-24, but the Pelicans lost Williamson for the postseason after he suffered a left hamstring strain during a play in tournament loss to the Lakers. The Pelicans advanced to the postseason without Williamson, but were swept by OKC. New Orleans has similarly struggled to cover for a crowded injury list that has included not only Williamson, but CJ, Jose, DeJounte, Herb Jones. The Pels hold the second worst record in the Western Conference at 4-12. Well, they lost tonight as well. Head into Friday night's NBA Cap, which is they're now 4-13. So, like we talked about, this is one of these situations of you, the Pelicans, man. And we did our own timeline too. We talked about it, fam.
Is it a rumor or did it really, like, because they were talking kind of like different? So that's not a rumor, is it? It really happened?
Credible people are saying that this is something that actually happened, but as we move forward, I'm gonna continue to look it up. But Sam Amick is actually a pretty good writer on some of the
Bleacher
stuff.
Report actually dropped this as well. I mean, you usually don't see a lot of stuff from them.
Yeah,
that's
right.
inaccurate either. It's, to me, it's something's got to give with something, man. Zion wants to change. Whether this is to try to combat his contract, put pressure on the Pels, the beginning of him requesting or moving his way out, look for the next sign, which, you start seeing people house for sale. We've been down this road with Anthony Davis, same thing. They switch agents. Next thing you know, properties are up for sale. And then you hear about somebody trading or wanting to be out. It can also be a leverage play, or maybe there's just a better agency that he feel like could handle his situation better. Maybe the medical, not the medical team, but the training staff, or some of the people that he has in-house came as a request from CAA, and he felt let down in that department. It could be a lot of different things, man, but just on the surface, to me, this don't look good for us as a Pelicans organization if you want Zion around. Could be wrong, but just looking at how things normally go in the NBA, a lot of players who want out are the beginning of them trying to make their way out of an organization and somewhere else is they switch agents. But you've had situations where players just switch agents as well. So it's not always that, but it's definitely a reason. He's not happy with his current situation, with everything going on with injuries. I'm sure the video he dropped of him getting the tattoos and all the memes and all of the stuff that I was seeing earlier today, I can't see how this isn't connected. Did people from his agency suggest that he open up a little more and show another side of him while he's injured? The timing to me is just really crazy. And the same day, Zion also comes out and does an interview with Christian Clark after not talking pretty much through this whole thing since the last game he played. So you know what there's smoke, there's fire, man. Something's going on. Zion is very upset with the way things are going.
Yeah,
And this would be the beginning of a mark
understand.
for a change, whether that's him getting out of here or everything else around him changing, including his agency. Maybe he's going to switch up his trainers, his cook again, maybe everything. We really won't know until we go into this a little bit further.
Yeah, this is of interest. Go ahead, Lex.
No, it's just been a whirlwind, you know, because really I'm starting to think maybe he does need a fresh start. Because nothing's really panned out. I really feel like looking at his career so far, he's swimming in mud. That's it. It's just when you're swimming in mud, you're not getting anywhere. It's like something has been wrong, you know, since he's gotten into the league. I mean, it's really sad that, you know, with where technology is right now, you know, as far as, you know, just the organization really putting him in a position to succeed. Because the thing is that, you know, he was the number 1 draft pick. You know, I thought it was like, you know, like a priority to make sure that, you know, you're protecting your investment, right? So, I mean, with CAA, you know, because I've always wondered around his agency, like, what are y'all doing? You know what I'm saying? Are y'all helping them out? You know what I'm saying? Like just anything. There's so many resources out here. And it's not like Zion hasn't been trying. Like, dude, I think that he's on his second personal chef. He's worked with like maybe 2 or 3 different trainers. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like, and this is outside of the organization. I'm really confused about a lot of this stuff. And I know the fan base is, you know, the rest of the fan base is probably confused too, but it just seems like everything about, you know, trying to stay on the court, trying to, you know, just play the game, you know, and then you look at the fact that when he does play, his game is not even maximized to the fullest. You know what I'm saying? Like, because of the coaching philosophy and stuff. When you put all that together, it's frustrating, even for us as fans. I mean, that's why, you know, you have some people in the chat saying, hey, you know, we need to just go on and trade them. You know, you have like, you know, how long do we have to wait? Because basically it's hurry up and wait. It's hurry up and wait. I think the fan base has really been deprived of just seeing him play because I feel like, you know, he has it. Like we've seen the electricity like in the room, like screaming out of the television when he's played some games and you felt that energy. And it was like, man, like this is what we've been waiting for. But we haven't seen it consistently. But it's a messed up situation. It really is. I kind of wish his career, you know, it just went differently because it just seems like there's been no traction. There's been no improvement. And just like you said, Big Q, just his development, you know, it's almost like every time he deals with the injury and he comes back, it's like a reset. It's like a reset. We see, okay, he's not taking those jumpers, but he wants to get, you know, just kind of get comfortable with, you know, with his, you know, his normal game, the game that he came in with. And then he kind of grows from there once he's, I guess, feeling confident about his body, about his lift, his legs, his hamstrings, whatever. Because we don't know what he's feeling out there. every single day. But it's a messed up situation. It's a whole lot of different narratives that we can come up with because really we don't know. The organization doesn't tell us nothing. According to Zion, he can't tell us anything. And mainstream media, we already know their agenda. So
Yeah, I don't think they. And we read the article here, Lex, and it's not just Bleacher Report and Athletic Report and Yahoo Sports is this got out there. So they got some people out there that's reporting on it about him splitting with CAA, dealing with the injury. You could see we seen the interview for him today. He was kind of down. He was trying to keep his spirits up, but you can see that he's kind of down with it because this is repeatedly. If the family base is feeling like this, imagine what he's feeling. But I know a part of this is, y'all pretty much covered it from an aspect of what could the team do.
Well, I don't think they should trade him, though, man. I'm not on the trade Zion train because, especially if you did want to trade him, I think it would be in our best interest to at least get him playing to the best of his abilities and do it. Right now, just imagine what you would get. We would just be getting fleeced again. It's just over and over, constant ineptitude. Shouldn't be to this point, to be real, because you look at Zion and everybody talks about him always a bust and injured. We had 8 of our 9 top guys all got hurt. Surely that can't all be Zion's fault. So everybody else was overeating and not training hard in the offseason too.
they don't have a body like Zion's. I mean, as you can
No. But you missing what I'm saying, no, Lex. They don't have a body like Zion, but they all got hurt too. So it's not like it's just him. This has been an ongoing thing. Damn near every year that Zion got hurt, Brandon Ingram got hurt too.
Yeah.
Or you had Dyson Daniels missing a whole bunch of time, or Herb Jones missing time, or CJ. It's basketball, so guys get hurt. You're never going to have an injury-free season. But the abnormal amount of injuries, along with the overinflated recovery time for everybody all the time, it's clearly an issue with our organization. And to move on or trade Zion still won't fix that shit.
Nah.
So if it's a chance that he don't want to go nowhere, I wouldn't be for trading him. And if you were to trade him, now ain't the time. You have to get his value higher anyway to do so. You're basically gonna look stupid because we're gonna have him on the block and he's gonna be untradeable for now, at least just like how it looks with Brandon Ingram. A bunch of people ain't gonna be jumping at grabbing Zion right now, or they're gonna be trying to lowball you for him.
I don't think I know people frustrated with trade Zion, but you're right. If you got a hurt asset, you're not going to get good value on a hurt asset.
I like Kevin. Kevin say fire Griffin first. I'm with that.
Yeah, because
get these people out of there and
that's true. That's the first thing.
Start around Zion, man, and really everybody and do the necessary things you're supposed to do.
I think it's time.
The real NBA president of basketball operations.
Yeah, I think
what they're doing
their
and
whole
has
infrastructure. But I am feeling that, Big Q in DC. You need to clean house. You need a different structure, someone with vision, someone who hey, you know what? We gonna get you all the way 100. We understand what needs to be done. Just something different, because he needs a fresh start at this point, whether that's via trade or you clean house starting with Griff. And really, shoot, I'm questionable about Gale.
Think about it. He never got along with Griff. It was always weird. We forgot about the piano, and all that craziness, and how pissed off Zion was at the ramp up as a rookie, and how they destroyed his rookie season when he probably very well was capable of playing earlier. And we had a game against the Spurs where he could have had a historic rookie debut, and they took him out so we could lose the game. It always started off on a bad foot with the organization.
Yeah,
But
they.
I
Hey,
can't put that on Gail though. Lex, Gail is the money. She don't know basketball.
no, but she hired who? Who did she bring in? They are milking her.
Yeah.
Okay, they milking her. So she hired these dudes. Chicken, you don't
Really,
know
I
basketball.
think Mickey Loomis
She doesn't know what she's
brought him in.
doing. I
Mickey
mean,
Loomis was over there helping her.
if we're but that's the problem. Like the thing is like we're talking about this is a top heavy problem. Hey, I mean, she hired this guy.
So you want her to sell the team?
I mean, didn't we just talk about how nobody knows basketball or football? Was that a true statement or was that a fake statement? And all she cares about is her interior designing and being on the beach, sipping on some lemonade or whatever she drinks.
I don't think that's Gail.
I think Gail wants to win, Lex. I have to
Gail's
disagree.
a Southern Belle.
She's paying money. I think she want to win, but I don't think she has the basketball knowledge to put the pressure on them or know what to expect or know when you need to get rid of somebody.
Pressure.
All of these type of things. She don't know.
Exactly.
Them checks coming in.
Somebody who knows.
The Pel's making money.
Well, the thing is the whole Gail phenomenon is like she took over the team. Her husband passed away, and the staff that he trusted is who he left to her. So she trusts his judgment. And the issue is that's good and all,
She
but
needs
it's
to
her.
ignore
It's
what
her.
he's presenting on
It's,
paper, though.
it's her team now. She needs to establish her own identity over these teams. Now, she might not know basketball and football fundamentally, but you can hire agencies that can come in and you could tell them what you want, and they'll go out and do a search and see if they can find
There you go.
the right coach. Now, this is
here.
then gain the knowledge. Yeah,
Yeah,
you can definitely
go and
do it.
learn. It's like what do we have the internet for? That's just like with Willie Green. You know what I'm saying? We talk about what good is it to have assistant coaches and you don't use them. You have Borrego right there, but you can't draw up a play. Like what is stopping you from going out of your way to learn and find out what you need to do? Like this is $1 billion corporation. Like, you know, all of the, supposedly they have to have degrees in order to have these jobs, right? They have to have some type of degree or something. Like, yeah. Like, why are you not going to find this stuff out? And that's what the problem. I mean, even you have 29 other teams that have some type of blueprint. Maybe you can skip out on the Wizards, maybe 28. But you have other organizations that have a blueprint. You can't go and copy. You can't go and mimic how they're running their organization. Like just to have a stronger foundation to run your organization. Because on Google, it says that out of all the NBA teams, the Pelicans are the poorest NBA team in the whole league. It's not the Wizards. It's not Detroit. It's the Pelicans.
Yeah, the Pelicans are the Pelicans from a league perspective they're a joke. Nobody respects the Pelicans. You know, I mean, and the reason is because they haven't earned anything.
How long is it going to take to get that respect?
It's going to take. This stuff
is embarrassing, man.
It's going to take as long as it takes, Lex, because they don't know who the problem is. See, you can't have a guy sitting on top of the team and be in here for 6 years and
absolutely nothing
and not having a line, a demarcation. I talked about this on the Sports Coma yesterday about separating and doing evaluations. Who's evaluating the VP? There's supposed to be somebody above him evaluating his job to make sure he's not being evaluated by anybody. He's being given the reins to run the team. He's been here for 6 years. The Pelicans haven't been the type of team. You have Zion Williamson. He's constantly hurt. You have the players around Zion are constantly hurt. This year alone, we just started the season We just started the damn season not too long ago. What are we? Less than 20 games into the season, and we've already dealt with 8 to 9 of our highest paid players sitting, the most expensive cheerleaders you ever see before in your life, sitting up here cheering on third stringers and G League people. They hope they get wins and perform so that when they finally make it back from the myriad of injuries that they're dealing with through play restrictions and all this other kind of stuff, that they can some kind of way catch fire in the difficult West and start winning games to catch up, to get into a position to do play. Now, it's still a very long season, but with that, that's a tough order. And like I said before, the whole thing is when you talk about money, they stretched out with the money. So they kind of trapped. And this is David Griffin. This is all David Griffin.
Yeah, all because of him.
Indecisive decisions with the money, indecisive decisions with the roster, constant switching and changing of roster players and moving people out that don't fit the coach that you bring in. You bring Willie Green and he wants to be a small running team, whatever he wants to do, and you get him players that can't run. So you constantly have to deal with this push and pull dynamic. And you have to deal with a coach like Willie Green, who's learning as what the players are learning. He didn't come in bringing an established coach. Yes, Stan Van Gundy, got rid of Van Gundy, who shouldn't have had the job in the first place. Van Gundy hadn't coached in years. The game is beyond him. He was sitting up there talking about the game. As soon as they fired his ass, he went right back to talking about the game. He shouldn't have been the coach. That was a bad coaching hire. That wasn't Langdon. That was Griffin's hire, interfering with the team. So like I said, they had opportunities because we were here all the time talking about guys they should have hired. That's not the point to go about the Jason Kidd when he was the assistant on the Lakers bench for all those years, and now you're kicking your ass when you run up against Dallas. They had to go with cheap Willie. He didn't want to spend the money because they had money tied up on contracts of Elgin Gentry along with Stan Van Gundy, so they needed a coach to take a cheap contract, also to take on the assistant coaches of the previous dude because he didn't want to fire those guys and have all that tied too. So like I said, there was a budget that he was working on, these problems that he created and exacerbated. And now we're sitting up here, not to mention some of the draft picks that we have that we ultimately can't develop to the timeline gets extended to the point where they have to take promising players and trade them out for already developed players that's making a lot of money just to kind of speed up because he knows where he is and he's feeling the fire. So, I mean, at the end of the day, you don't have any leadership on top of the team. David Griffin is a con man. I've been saying that. He's a BS artist, a con man. People need to understand that. David Griffin's championship rank is LeBron's rank. He told them what players to get. That's why he was upset. He even said that shit. He didn't feel like he was the guy. He was glad that he left the team. It wasn't running. And what does
Krause.
And what happens when he comes to New Orleans? He is trying to build I keep saying this shit. I keep saying the same thing over and there. The guy trying to build a basketball coach. All he talks about is family. Anybody with two brain cells that rub together that played any competitive sport would understand and know that the best way to build a family in professional sports where people are getting paid tens of millions of dollars is to win.
Exactly.
You'll develop that synergy and chemistry automatically by winning. You're not building no family with some goddamn losers, man. Because nobody supports losers. We're not paying our money for losers, man. We don't want to see that. So you're going to have to get guys to compete. So like I said, all this has started with David Griffin. You cannot get rid of Zion Williamson without getting rid of David Griffin. At some point, somebody got to look at David Griffin and say, hey, man, you overpromised and underdelivered, and I'm sorry, we gave you a chance. It's time for you to get your ass on up out of here, and then go find a credible VP that can come here that has an actual resume that actually did some shit. If they'd have hired Joe Dumars, we wouldn't even talk about this shit right now. But that's the thing. The Pelicans don't have an identity. We don't have leadership, and you constantly have these people getting hurt all the time. And DC's right. He's right. DC's right. It's not all Zion. If it was Zion Williamson constantly getting hurt by itself, then that would be an isolated incident. It's not just Zion. Look at your goddamn team right now. Well, that's just because today's NBA. Man, we've been getting hurt for the last 4-5 years. And if everybody else is hurting, we're hurting 4 to 5 times more. Now, why the hell that is? Because we're not built right medically.
Think of Willie Green first year. Remember that, Q? When Willie Green
Yeah,
first got here, it was a similar situation we facing now.
same shit,
Everybody
bro.
was all hurt.
Same shit.
And
And they were saying we're gonna
we had to fight back to get in the plan because of injuries. Remember, it's
same
okay
shit.
because everybody's hurt.
And
Yeah.
that
And
is
this last
weird
year,
to
we're
say
going
keep
through the same goddamn thing. So
Over
It's
as
and
like,
much
over.
as
man,
we,
what are y'all doing?
Go ahead. What you were saying, DC? I
I'm
didn't
just
hear.
saying, as much as we give Willie Green, crap, which is well deserved, we still can't act like he has been dealt a fair hand because of the injuries. So injuries ain't no excuse for a lot of the incompetence we see from him. But what other team in the NBA, man, do we have to deal with injuries this goddamn much? Even in the 2 years, you would say, well, Willie Green had a relatively healthy team. Brandon Ingram and Zion were in and out of the lineup like the whole 2 years. And that was last year and the year before that. So it's man, no matter how you look at it, it's crazy. And we really got a clean house. Hopefully, Zion ain't a part of the clean house.
He
But
shouldn't be.
he shouldn't, but
Shouldn't be, man.
we have to do it either way because it's not going to get fixed. Even if we can salvage the season and make it to the playoffs or whatever, which would be a very long shot, they still have to do it. It's the same thing is going to be going on. But to briefly, I guess, pause this topic, can you pull up the Brandon Ingram interview? Brandon Ingram actually, I think, got up there and did an interview, and he talked about how he should have took the last shot of the game, and basically kind of guess like taking credit for the loss. Because you remember the play we watched, Q, and you asked me, you was like, man, why did Brandon Ingram not shoot it? And I was okay with Trey taking that shot because they clearly wanted to go for the win instead of tie. And
Right.
be honest, I know if we would have tied with the Warriors and went to overtime, we still lost. We don't have the type of coach to be able to win, especially in an extended period. We always lose when we go to overtime. So, but why didn't he take the corner three? And he said he should have took the damn shot, bro. So see if you
Yeah.
can get his interview up, and I guess we can talk about that before we get back to this. And are we doing callers tonight?
Yeah. Yeah, it's Friday night, man. It's just a lot of stuff that was going on that we was touching on. But yeah, we're gonna open up the phone lines, people to chime in. It just won't be I try not to keep it too late. But yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find that interview. But yeah, you're right. I've the way I've seen it, bro, it's like, man, listen, the whole situation, like just to kind of spit at it, DC, with this whole injury thing with the Pelicans. I think this is, and even though some culpability goes to Zion Williamson here, I think at a leadership standpoint, the Pelicans, man, this is, like we talked about Amy Atmore. They demoted Aaron Nelson, I think his name is, who was the previous guy that Griffin, his first hire was him from Phoenix. He brought Aaron over here, the trainer over here. And Amy is the end of the process. Like only time you see Amy Atmore professionally is if you're hurt. And her job is to get you from that end process back to square one, going from that to back on and playing and being active. Who's running the other side? Who are these people? And you have to really overhaul your medical staff and really heavily evaluate these people, because like I said, when there was an uptick in injuries this year, the Pelicans were destroyed by it. And it happened the last several years. We've been going through this the last several years, and they finally hired a physical therapist for the first time ever. Sounds crazy, but they did it last year. It got Zion 70 games. We got to overhaul the medical staff. You got to do it anyway, because there is a new medical trend that's happening. And it's hitting us 5 times more than it's hitting anybody in the league. So you have to look at that. If you're VP David Griffin, like, what's going on? You can't just sit your ass there and say, man, we're going to make it through it. No, you can't do that. You have to grab the wheel and steer the ship. You can't hope that the waves don't capsize. You got to be able to grab the wheel, steer the ship, and have a plan. The problem with David Griffin is he doesn't have a plan. That's why he engages himself in bullshit propaganda all the time. He doesn't have a plan. And this is showing on the frustrated faces of some of our stars and players, because a lot of them don't know their roles. Hell, Willie Green at times don't know what he's doing with these players. He struggles to find the correct avenues for him to have. Even people that don't even, or they're not even playing sports professionally, always have intelligent outtakes. We sit up here saying, man, when Jose went down, why isn't Alfred Payton put in
Yeah.
there? Why was that? We said that in preseason that he should have made
that
the
was
damn
so
team.
delayed. And that's what they've been doing. They've been delaying everything.
Game 2, Q. Well, no matter of fact, did we say that after the
Yeah.
game where he got hurt? We said that game 1.
When when they brought Alfred Payton back for preseason, I said Payton because you can look at the Pelicans roster and see this. The one of the biggest problems I see personally with Willie Green is that he hadn't established like a 5-man rotation off the bench, and maybe that's due to the fact the Pelicans were severely. Well, I mean that's due to a lot of the turnover too, because he's constantly that's his goddamn job, by the way, that he has to adjust to whatever's going on, and you just got to keep it moving. But the committee by approach was catastrophic because the team doesn't communicate well. So how are we doing this guy running the ball, and then you see the ball get stuck with BI, he gets into hero ball, guys get stuck on the floor, there's no movement, while he's constantly turning his finger over like a pinwheel, trying to tell them to speed up the game. It's just times when they get stuck. It's times when they don't communicate. It's times when they're supposed to be fighting for 50-50 balls. They don't get the 50-50 ball. Like tonight, one of the most pressing things that I've seen is like Draymond Green shooting a goddamn free throw. And then these dudes at the goddamn sitting up there around the basket lot lets Draymond Green get up there and get his own rebound.
Boxing out.
Come on, man. So I mean, this is like these type of breakouts, and that happened in the clutch moments of the game, where you would need that to happen. It's just constantly with Willie Green. It's constant. And listen, those are third stringers. These are guys, G League players. Listen, I don't care about that. The bottom line is if you're a professional basketball player and you're out here playing, that guy has to have you coached up. You have to have your eyes and ears open. You have to be communicating. Far too often we see the Pelicans not communicating. We talk about this all the time. It's bad communication or incomplete communication, or not a full game worth of communicating or talking to each other, offensively or defensively. It's constant. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find that DC on BI. If you got it, send it to me, man. I'll definitely find it out.
Hey DC, you know what you sent me earlier on Twitter?
I sent a lot of stuff. We had a lot of news coming in.
The most recent thing about Griff and Willie Green. I think he was from Columbia.
Yeah, I found
Pelicans
that's
Columbia right there, man.
We go ahead and pull that up then.
Because I think that's very informative for the everybody in the chat to see.
Right. It basically said, until we can get it up on screen, since David Griffin was hired, 12 out of the 30 teams didn't win their division. 12 out of all 30 teams in the league, right? 7 out of 30 teams didn't make it to the second round of the playoffs. So out of 30 teams in NBA, there have only been 7 teams that haven't made it to the second round in the last 6 years. 5 out of 30 teams didn't get to the playoffs without going through the play-in. So 25 teams have made it to the playoffs without needing to play in. The Pelicans were in every last one of those groups. Every last one of those groups. The only thing I wish I could have better from this is the actual list of the teams. And we could look at them and see if they had like GM turnover or if they switched out their front office or anything. I'm willing to bet some of them probably have. So that's a crazy stat. That's why I sent it to you, Lex. Man, we definitely need to mention that because that is wild.
Yeah, swimming in mud. There's been no growth. When you sent that, I was like, man, this is.
I mean, the 5 really got me though. 5 out of 30 teams made it to the playoffs without the plan, and we one of the 5,
which is sad. Yeah, it is, Jay Carvell.
Jay Carvell,
it is embarrassing. But that just screams out no growth, being proactive. You know what I'm saying? It's
Right.
none of that. That's just what all this means.
Oh, shout out Kevin Byers. Say why Carlo minutes 0? Because they sent him back to the G League, brother.
Yeah.
I don't know why they thought that was an excellent idea, especially if Misi was going to be hurt. Like it's just really stupid.
They just being reactive, Kevin.
Trey Jemison don't know how to catch no more. Like
I mean, didn't Willie say that though? Willie said that like, didn't he tell somebody they had to step up with him at the senior to the G League or whatever it was? Remember, he said something about a different player. This was a while ago. That if you can't help him, or you don't see that, if he don't see that you're doing good, he gonna send you to the G League. That's what he did with Carlo. Carlo's last game, he wasn't impressed by it.
Why isn't Griffin the G League or Willie Green?
Well, speaking on Willie,
send him down to the G League if you ain't doing nothing.
Speaking on him, Lex, I did send you something else because you said
yeah,
Willie
I
Green
know.
and Griff, right?
Yeah, I want you to read that one too.
The Willie Green one was the Pelicans could be 8-8 at this point. This is from the perspective of Pelicans Columbia. Shout out to that brother, way over in Columbia, dropping knowledge on Twitter. So the Pelicans could be 8-8 at this point if they had a competent coach. And he continues to outline the games. Well, I remember on the other show, I think I said it was about 6 games that we could have won. Well, he lists 5. Well, really he lists 4 and he throws a 5th one in there, right? He said we lost to the Blazers with 4 starters. Lost 2 games versus the Warriors with no Steph and no Wiggins. Steph and Wiggins was back tonight. We went out there and we lost by 2? We didn't have Trey, but we had B.I. and Zion for those Warriors games. Remember that? We had 4 starters in one game with the Blazers, B.I. and Zion in the other. So we had
you mean the Warriors?
Warriors, yeah, I'm still on the Warriors. We had 4 starters in one of the Warriors games and B.I. and Zion in the other Warriors games. We had CJ and Hurt in the first game that we lost. They both got hurt in the game, though. Then we fumbled a game at home versus the Nets. And he said not even counting the L versus the Lakers. So that could have potentially had us
that was lost by
9-8. So I remember there was some talk about, just probably one particular person in chat was saying, the injuries, Willie, nobody would win with this. Well, looking at that, that kind of outlines it. It makes it very simple to see how a competent coach would have been able to win. Let's say we wouldn't even be 8-8. Let's say we would be 7-9. It's still better than 4-12. Like 4-12 is just unacceptable. Especially getting blown out 30, 28 points, 40, multiple games.
And really all he needed was a few good plays in crunch time. And he couldn't do that. When you look at the Lakers game, they lost by how much? 2 points? Either 2 or 1?
I think it might have been a little more than that, but it was single digits.
Okay. Well, the Nets, I know that was 2 points. They could have won that.
Yeah, it was a couple of them. Lexxah put the schedule up that they should have definitely won. That's what I was making mention of.
I mean, those games
were
they could have went either way, but unfortunately the Pelicans were on the bad end of the stick. Like, all because you couldn't run like plays.
Well, that's the part of the game. Like even if the injuries aside, you have to you don't have any choice. You got to win some of these games because you don't want to look right now. Look at the Pelicans, how scarce these wins are coming. Like you lost these games are interesting. They got the Pacers win. You look at the Atlanta game, they lost by 15. Lost by 18 to Portland. They lost to Cleveland.
And a lot of those games were actually close for a long time.
Until they blew them out. Yeah, but you got the Orlando game.
Turned it up just a little bit. They just turned it up a notch. And the Pelicans didn't adjust.
They lost to Brooklyn by 2. That was supposed to be a win. OKC blew them out. They won the Denver game. Joker wasn't there. They lost to the Lakers. They were supposed to win the Lakers game. Dallas manhandled them. Cleveland was toying with them. And Golden State tonight should have been a win as well. So the Pelicans did have a couple of games in which they should have won, but you can't, it's just strange, man. Because if you look at, they're on a 4-game losing streak. And then if you look at this, just from December the 30th right here to December the 1st, not even talking about the Pacers, Toronto, and Memphis. From the 1st of December to the 30th of December, these guys have a gauntlet, man. They got a very difficult schedule, but in the whole month of December, I mean, you got games at New York, at Atlanta. You got home matchups against Phoenix and OKC. You take a trip to San Antonio. You take a trip to Houston. You come home for New York, Denver. Joker's going to be there for some get back. You got Houston there. You got Memphis. That's the 4-game homestand, 5-game homestand to close out the year. So you close out the year from December the 21st to the 30th against the Knicks, the Nuggets, the Rockets, the Grizzlies, and the Clippers. They got some difficult games here, man, that you're going to have to match up with. So we'll gain. And the thing is, the Pelicans ultimately gain some players back. We heard tonight about the DeJounte Murray. He's supposed to be coming back soon. We heard,
Johnson said, why not a couple of days?
He did say that.
So I say realistically, they'll probably put him at a week or two. I don't think he's coming back a couple of days.
But still within the month of December, DC, you should get like we keep an eye on.
That's what we predicted. Look at the schedule. You got the schedule up there? We said DeJounte first week of December, right?
Yes, you got between the 5th and the 6th. We have DeJounte Murray. Herb is a little later. We got Herb later, maybe the 2nd week.
We ain't hearing nothing. Herb ain't doing interviews. The way they do it, Q, when guys get ready to come back, they start doing interviews. DeJounte got the talk up at the game.
Why was Zion doing the interview then?
That's a good
point. Zion
point.
never did any interview after he got hurt and nothing, no clarity on the injury, anything. And then as you can see, Zion dropped some news of his own of firing his agency today, and he's putting out tattoo news that gets all over social media. So
it was a media blitz by Zion.
He had a media day for Zion. So this was I would think thought out and a strategy of his of, I guess maybe trying to give the people some information and get everybody to stay off of him about being hurt and give some more clarity on his injury to maybe let us know he's not going to miss all year. Because, a lot of people are like, oh, Zion ain't coming back. He out for the season. So you also have the ESPN interview that I think I sent you too, Big Q, where they talk about his injury and the timeline for it.
Mm-hmm.
So we can cover that as well. And I sent you the whole press game interviews with everybody where they got Trey and Ingram in there somewhere. I don't know the minute mark.
I seen Trey. I didn't see Ingram in there. I probably look a little hard. I might look a little harder for it.
Probably closer to the end, man, because I didn't hear nothing about his interview till maybe 20, 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, I think whether Zion does an interview or not or whatever, I feel like no matter what, I mean, he's going to be crucified anyway. That's what I've gotten. I mean, even when Zion's out on the court playing, people still, you know what I'm saying, calling him fat, doing the eating jokes. I just think with him, it doesn't even matter whether he does an interview or not. Really, I think I'd probably prefer that he doesn't, because it's like, just, people still got no chill. I mean, most of the times, when he's doing something positive out there and he's out on the court, it's still negative stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like, shoot, he just can't win for nothing. So, I totally get it on why he, like in all these years, he hasn't really been in the cameras, because it's like, why? It's just more negativity, or a bad look for him or something.
Yeah, but I mean, it's part of the game, though. You can't duck that. Everybody has to deal with it, and I think the more he ducked it and showed that it gets to him, the more people gonna do it. Because look at I hate to keep comparing with Joel Embiid, but Do you remember his situation being like this? I don't. I think a lot of the negative imagery and media that comes Zion way comes from our lack of handling things correctly surrounding his injury
Yeah,
issues and just the
PR.
way we handle our PR altogether, man. Like,
Yeah,
Q
it's
kept saying it all
horrible.
night, we're a joke. Every level of organizational basketball that we're failing, on every level, top to bottom. I mean, we're just getting the music in the arena kind of together. Like, we've had all of these songs, they weren't playing none of the local music. They're doing videos and all of these stupid ass songs, and people like, what's going on? The fans had to keep getting on them about it. They had the uniforms they was messing up, where we had the look like some curtains or something for some of them jerseys. People put pressure on them, and they started getting that right. But we got the oldest arena in basketball. They're gonna try to get us to possibly go somewhere else and move arenas and want you to get a new arena. Nah, you need to update the one you got and bring it up to standard. But it's just every level where you can drop the ball or be lower on the totem pole. That's where we are. But amazingly, we aren't the lowest team in attendance. When you looked at that, well, Big Q covered that multiple times. We're middle of the pack. So the fans, they holding up their end of the bargain. But we get the short end of the stick on everything else. And then after all of these disappointments in the offseason, the Pelicans have raised their ticket prices. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just crazy and unfathomable how out of touch they are with the fan base. Because if they were, David Griffin would have been out there at least by last year. Willie Griffin, Willie Green, well, Willie Griffin, I guess we could pile them together. They would be gone. You know what I'm saying? We would have been moved off of Brandon Ingram if that was what we were going to do. They just do so many things wrong, man. We would have been practicing, in the arena that we're going to play in and shooting. It took 3 years to figure that out under Willie Green. So they're practicing in the arena now.
Yeah, I don't like saying it, but it's the truth. The Pelicans are they're not a respected
You can't fuck
NBA
up more.
franchise, man. They're not.
That's why I'm like,
And,
everybody be like, oh, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get worse. It can't get any worse.
yeah, you're a joke, man. I mean,
Yeah,
you got a
well,
coach. You got a coach that don't do a good job of coaching. I mean, you got a general manager you got a VP that behaves like a general manager. He's a micromanager. He wants, instead of building a championship team, he wants to build a basketball cult where people are family. I don't know what kind of issues this guy has, but it's very weird. All this good human crap and talk, and then the team is very sensitive. They're not aggressive. They often philosophy is to rough them up to get them out of their game, and that energy range from up high. I mean, this team is not built to the blue collar nature of the region in which it hails.
Yeah,
this team should be a gritty defensive team. Defense should be the staple point of the team, but it does not reflect the grittiness of the area which they come from. They're topsy-turvy. They're up and down. They're the injuries mounting more than any other team speaks to their fragility. And it's a shame. The draft picks haven't been all of that. And then they were drafting. They had all this treasure trove of first round. Don't forget that. They had a treasure trove of first round draft picks that he accrued when he got here from the AD trade, all this other stuff. And then had to basically rush the production of some of these people, had to trade out some of the first round draft picks to get veterans because he funked up the timeline to the point where he's forced to win right now. So we have to trade some of these young players and assets for players that somebody already developed so they can get into winning right now. But when you come down here, you hit an injury hole, which the Pelicans still haven't fixed. So that's a problem on high. That ties to the medical team that they have to overhaul, man. I would definitely break away from Ashna. I'm not lying to you. I will break away from Ashna Oshna's bad energy, man. Y'all ever did the goddamn history on Oshna, who that dude was? Do you really know who he is? Do I got to tell y'all who this dude is? You know
Break
how
it
bad
down
that
for
guy?
him, Big Q.
Man, I can't even take Bard. I'll tell you this dude here
Give him a
that
little
ran.
bit.
Man, listen, all I can tell you is that some of that stuff goes back to Operation Paperclip, where this dude people come from and what he was involved in. The stuff that they was doing back, developing the cancer weapons. That came from our Elton Oshna.
Mary's monkeys.
That's Elton
God
Oshna.
help them people.
He developed the cancer weapons to kill Castro. They was using them as weapons. They use cancer as a weapon. They developed cancer as a weapon. And now the majority of the population is suffering from cancer, and we thinking it's coming from us. These people are, it's a negative, nasty, trifling energy that they attach themselves to. And it's on the team. They have to have a breakaway situation dealing with this medical staff. It's not hard to tell when you see all your players getting injured or earlier or during the process of being here. And that's before Griffin got here. You thinking one dude like Aaron, what's his face, is going to be able to fix that? You have to overhaul the staff. She spent like $200,000 trying to upgrade the medical facility, like getting weight machines and all that, because the Pelicans, with Tom Benson had them, he was trying to force them to share facilities with the football team. I don't know if y'all ever been down there and y'all actually went into some of them buildings. Man, it is tiny up in there. They barely have places to park there. That's how tiny that shit up in there. You go up in that gate right there, man, and you go around the building and all that, man. I was up in there, what was that? Several weeks ago. I seen Jose Alvarado in there. I seen a few people up in there. Man, that shit tiny up in there, man. They was building a cafeteria in there for them and all this kind of jazz, man. It's tiny in there, man. So I mean, it's just the whole situation is built where there's a money grab. So they give you just enough. They don't talk about championships. They give you just enough to get you to buy. Because I don't know, from an esoteric level, they believe in like, hey man, only 2 teams really taking this shit. 3 to 4 to 5 teams actually taking this shit every year. You might have some other team step in there like a Denver or somebody, San Antonio or a Milwaukee. If they got an outstanding player that the league can't stop, they'll step in there. But the majority of the time, it flow between Boston and LA, because those people have the mentality necessarily to need to win titles every year, because they don't play that bullshit. But we just happy to have a basketball team down here. So we'll take whatever trash and garbage they deal out. That's why I keep railing against this bullshit, that people have to understand on high that if you want to win something, you got to hold these people and make sure, because she don't see it. But I told people, and I kept saying it over and over again with the Dennis Allen. I'm going to use the Dennis Allen example, that Dennis Allen was fired by the support base because the general manager and the VP guy did not want to fire that man. She fired him because of the supporters, because she listening to you. So it's the same thing with this Griffin guy. This guy is a grifter. He didn't get that championship. That's why his name David. That's why I calling him David Grifter. He been grifting this team. He just stealing money. There is nobody looking over his shoulder. He won't say it or even admit failure. The screwing up of the draft picks, the effed up situation with the medical staff. And then it just blames it all on the fact that injuries are happening when you're not supposed to use injuries as an excuse. We constantly doing this show for I don't know how many years now, but we threw at them coaches. We talked about Charles Lee. We talked about Mosley when they brought him. We talked about so many other coaches. We were promoting for them to get Jason Kidd when Jason Kidd was still sitting on the Lakers bench for 3 years before he got the job, before he got the Dallas job. We were promoting for them to get him when it was effing around with Stan Van Gundy, who shouldn't have had the job because the league had left him behind. The dude went to be the VP, screwed up Detroit. They got fired there, and then ran his ass to go and talk about the game. And then they ripped this guy off a bench somewhere and say, hey man, you want a job? And it was some bullshit because him and his brother, who ain't coaching years, was both up for jobs. How? So, I mean, it's just some bull, man, because these people running the show don't know what they're doing. And it's time for you to tell them that. And I've been saying it for years, DC, Lex. But at the end of the day, man, it's time to stop the bullshit, man. And like I said, this Oshna thing, man, y'all need to look up that dude. That dude got a terrible history, man. Terrible history. That's why I always be promoting people to understand, man, when you're attaching yourself to these people, you don't know who you're attaching yourself to because they run these little things. They use publicity to clean up the images. But man, these people are generationally and spiritually cursed. I'm telling you the truth. That Ashna dude, that is some evil over there. And he got all them hospitals and bought up. It's a whole monopoly system down here in his area. And that's all government money. He made a deal with the devil. He got in there, got them cancer weapons, and look at that cancer all over the goddamn place. It's tearing up people's families. It's used as a depopulation method because it was rare back in the 70s, 60s. They had to go all the way to the other side of the world to find 1 or 2 rare cases of cancer. Then they found that, they brought it back, they developed it, and look where it is all over the world right now. It's epidemics all over the way. There's transmissible cancers they don't even tell you about. I almost scare you. Do your research, man. But at the end of the day, that's they're in bed with these type of people. And I'm not surprised at all. They need to get away from them because it ain't nothing been good since they've been connected to them people. I'm just keeping it honest and real. But anyway, like I said, man, it's a part of the game. If you want to win, you got to hire winners. And there's a lot of people out there that's credible. We need to get David Griffin out of here. That's the bottom line. We've given him an opportunity. He's been here for 6 years now, and he's went through it. You fire Willie Green. Willie Green doesn't need to be the coach of this team anymore. Willie Green, God bless him, he's not a head coach, bro. He's not a strategist. He's a cool dude. You let him be the deacon of your goddamn church, but don't make him a head coach of your team. So, I mean, I like the dude, man, but I don't want him as the coach no more because he can't compete against the bright minds in the game.
Good one, because I don't know him and I don't like him because all I know of him is that he's the coach, and that's a problem. But really, how stubborn he is, you know what I'm saying? He keeps doing the same things, and you know what I'm saying, expecting different results.
He ain't the man.
That is not cool, man. And hey, DC, it can get worse. It can. If you're stagnant, yeah. If you're stagnant and you keep doing the same thing, it gets worse because you're losing time. Time is precious. Time is everything. And that's what's happening right now. Because of their delay, because of not being proactive, you're losing time. It's like another year's pushback, another year's gone by, another year. How much time are you gonna waste? Because you're not doing nothing. You're just, again, you're swimming in mud. Time is everything, man. Look, it's 6 years.
It's so
It
Lex,
can get worse.
It's over with. That time is done. Let me ask you this, Lex and DC. Y'all answer this. I'm open up the lines of communication. So y'all out there in the chat that want to get in, man, prepare yourselves. We're gonna let you in. I want to hear from you tonight. But this is the thing I want to know from you guys.
I gotta put y'all glasses on, man, when y'all come in.
Nah, I mean they're good.
No,
Their eyes is enough. Yeah. This is the thing I want to know because we talked about the timeline. This is at the end of the timeline. I mean the BI situation here and all this kind of stuff. So there's going to be a change here. He just couldn't trade him for whatever reason. It's the BI money. What his demands are. Griffin said he had offers, and then he said he didn't have any offers. He just changed the narrative. But let me ask you this: with all this happening, how does it affect the trade market for Brandon Ingram? Let's not forget, with all the losing going on, Brandon Ingram is supposedly on the trade block. He's still on the trade block. The Pelicans have agreed to give Trey Murphy III the money. They've given Zion his paper. They given they brought in DeJounte Murray. They got they still got CJ with his money for the next 2 years. With Brandon Ingram still here, how does it affect his value with all of the injuries and everything happening to the team? How does it impact his value? Is he still on the block? Is it talk to me about that? What are your thoughts on that?
I see it as a negative impact, not because of the losing, but because of his individual performances. Like if Brandon Ingram is the guy, you're watching that Thunder game, right? Mm-hmm. Where he went and put another ho-hum performance up. regardless if you're getting double teamed, man, they want to see the aggression. They want to see you have the potential of being that player that can get them over the hump, whoever's looking to get you, right? I'm sure a lot of teams will still like him, but what they would want to pay for him based on what you're seeing is not good. Like the game tonight, when we looked up, he passed up corner three or could have, went to the paint and let Trey take the shot. You're supposed to be the guy. You want $50 million, and you was wide open. You took a dribble, let the players come to you, and then kicked it to Trey. All of these things adding up. The bilateral ankle injury that you miss one game, and now all of a sudden you're good. It's just a lot of weird shit. Like, although with all that being said, I don't think Brandon Ingram is playing horribly. So I'm not saying that, but you want $50 million. You want a $50 million contract.
Playing like a $50 million player.
Right. You got to come out, man.
Putting up those numbers.
We need to see some 30 balls. Yeah. We need to see a 40 ball. We need to see some of that, man. You don't have to do it every night. You should be averaging more than 22 points a game.
He would have to do that every night.
Not a 30. You don't have to put up a 40 ball every night.
He wants $50 million. Isn't that what you pay superstars?
Well, close to 30. I would say like 26, 28 range. You would expect that every night.
I mean, when you look around the league and see what other guys are putting up, I mean, it's kind of hard to say,
you only got a handful of guys doing 30 a night, though. Like 28, 26, somewhere around there.
I mean, it fluctuates, but the consistency of, them, performing at a high level is there. But,
right.
He's not,
Like we look at Donovan Mitchell and what he's doing over there in Cleveland. He ain't scoring 30 a night, but you still consider him a superstar and so on and so on. But we don't see enough of the big game performances. We're happy with BI having a stat line of, like 28, 8 and 7. We like, oh, BI balled out.
No, you mean who you said that?
I'm just saying, like, not us, but people are happy with him having a 28, 8 and 7 stat line. But when you look at some of the guys who getting 50 million, they do that all the time. You want to pull it up now?
Man, look at his lip poking out, man.
That's what I was talking about.
I mean, he just I can't. You can't even take him being mad. You can't even take that seriously. Is anybody taking that seriously?
That's the rapper, Nas.
Jordan Hawkins does not look fired up by that.
Schnostradamus. This new rapper, Schnostradamus.
That's all he gonna do is just look. He ain't.
Look, he mad at the man.
Got to do something.
He mad at the man.
Have to do nothing.
It wasn't the lady. Look, it was the dude.
Willie went at the man.
It was the man.
Oh, okay. Well, I was reading what was in the chat.
Sexist.
Somebody said that. I think Stacey said it.
John Hawkins pushed him back with one hand. That's all it took.
Yeah.
He did a little swim move there on him, though. I gotta give him that. Watch this, Willie with the swim.
I would have like, smacked him in the face or something. Going past him.
You don't want to mess with Willie right here. He in Schnostradamus mode. He'll hurt you bad there.
Man, that ain't nothing.
That's Detroit Willie right here. It's Detroit. This Detroit Willie.
Nah, man. That ain't
That's the Willie that had to come off of the.
That's Detroit Mercy.
And go to the.
That's Detroit Mercy, man.
That's the Willie that said you got to F and fight. That's who this Willie is.
You know what? That was how many years did that happen ago?
Don't matter, Lex. He's back.
Yeah, no. That is a one-trick motivational
like 3 years now.
Okay.
Look at that angry Willie right there.
And that's all he got. That look, and guess
what?
You won't see that again until next.
He turned into right here. He turned into Daffy Duck right here. This became Plucky Duck, Daffy Duck, Schnostradamus, all of them right here.
Kevin said Borrego ain't holding him back. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see that? be
Look.
like, please get kicked out the game so I can take over. Look,
I ain't gonna lie, right here,
Borrego dog.
Jayhawk.
Man.
I ain't gonna lie, Jayhawk right here look like he's supposed to be rapping from New York and connected to Dame Dash some kind of way.
Real
I don't
talk.
know.
Like
He looked
he
like
wanted,
he looked like a young
Dipset.
you know, he looked like a young Jigger right here, brother. I don't know.
Boy, how
He Rockefeller.
Ovi baby.
That might be his son. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he look don't he? So we got Schnostradamus and the young Jay-Z here in Jayhawk, man. He from up there somewhere. So yeah.
They used to be good friends and hang out, so it makes sense.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
When
There
they were
you go.
younger.
Who? We talking about, DC? What's going on?
Jay-Z and Nas, they was partners in their teams.
I'm talking
okay.
about
Yeah.
I'm talking about Jayhawk and Schnostradamus.
Yeah. Jay-Z
Oh.
and Nas in the alternate universes, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. Okay, I see. Ovi baby.
Oh my God. Yeah, hey, but that you were on to something right there, Kevin. Borrego wasn't holding him back. Borrego didn't even touch him.
Look at Alfred's face. Look at Alfred Payton back here. He like, man, what you doing, man? Look at his face.
He's unmoved.
Exactly. Because that's not who he is. It's like, dog, this just ain't nobody taking that seriously.
Alfred Payton never changed his expression at all during this whole interaction. He was like, man, what is this dude doing?
Because
Willie Green like that dude in middle school that only fight girls. And you mad at him because all he want to do is fight girls. That's exactly what that is right there. He only
look
getting
at
into
that
it with
face. That is a fake. That is a fake fight face. I can't
That's
even
right.
take you seriously.
But Lex, they asked me about. They say, hey, Q, pull up the tape. Yeah, where the tape at, so we can see him transform into Daffy Duck and Plucky Duck and Schnostradamus. Here we go. Here it is. So you know, we true to our word. DC, I couldn't find whatever you talking about from Brandon Ingram. I seen it from Jayhawk and Trey, but nothing from BI.
It'd be nice
So-
if he was ejected. Shoot, I bet you.
Yeah,
the
Will Guillory, he gave the statement that B.I. said he should have took the damn shot, you know, at the end of the game.
Well, I mean, it is what it is, right? All right, but Stacey, man, welcome to the show. How you doing, brother?
Come on, Marley.
I'm blessed, man. How y'all doing, man?
What's going on,
We all
Stacey?
right bearing the circumstances. I say we're doing pretty good, bro.
Yeah, this is seriously.
Bro, I really just came on tonight just to let y'all know how good y'all did tonight. Real talk, I'm giving fam props tonight, man. I'm talking about it's like listening to y'all tonight was like going to church and the pastor preaching about everything you thinking about, bro.
Oh dang, Stacey, you
appreciate
getting
that, Stacey.
spiritual on us, man.
Man, I'm just being real. Like we here, we connected tonight, bro. Like, cause every single thing. I mean, it's not ain't much I can say, and I usually have a lot to say, but it ain't nothing much I can say because y'all hit on everything. This stuff is bad and needs to change, and we tired of it. The whole fan base tired of it.
Real
You know what I mean? Yeah, and it's like I bring it back to like, okay, I live in
That's right.
Cobb County. I live back in Cobb County, Georgia, right? A couple years back, they moved the Braves from downtown Atlanta to Cobb. And years before they moved them, they were building the stadium and all our rents went up. You know what I mean? We went from having to pay $600 a month, $900 a month or whatever, you had like 4-bedroom or whatever, to paying up to $2,200.
Damn.
And the way Atlanta, the Braves took care of us was when they built the stadium, they built the whole community and of bars and like shoot, they even do UFC fights at a theater over there. Yeah, they got all these jobs though. Like if you're a waitress in that whole little district or whatever, you come home about $1,000 a night. This is for everybody. That's how much money people are making, but it hurt at first. But the Braves turned around and paid us back by winning the World Series. This year, the Braves their whole team was injured. Their whole team is injured. They made the playoffs. They got the second best player in the league and he got injured. Ronald Acuna, and they made the playoffs. Their whole pitching staff was injured. Their fourth best pitcher won Cy Young award. So even when like earlier this week y'all was saying like, yeah, he can't use that as excuse no more because that is true. Injuries should not be your excuse for a long time. You can't do that forever.
Right.
And I just like this stuff that's going. It's almost like they trying to lose, but we ain't gonna put that on them. You know what I mean? Like the stuff that this man do, he just don't know what he's doing as a coach. And I like for the fact, big Q, that you have stayed on grill. I've been part of this community for like on this with y'all since end of last season. You have been on Big Q. I mean, you've been on David Griffith the whole time. Like anytime we wanted to talk about Willie Green, we went back and just pointed back, hey, no, that's the man up top, bro. And you're right. You were exactly right. This front office is trash. And they just killing this fan base. Like, people are tired of this. And for them, like, people are turning on Zion now, and we got to be careful with that, anybody that does that, because Zion, people that the media who's talking about Zion, really, they want Zion. They want to see what their team could do with Zion.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
they have a different.
It's been
Real
agenda
talk.
to get him out of here.
That's why I feel like his stock. There's actually some teams that do that will be interested in Zion.
No. A lot of teams will be interested in Lex, but they
A lot
wouldn't
of
give
them.
us.
They're not going to give you right.
That's my point. His
His
stock is
value is
the
not
lowest
high.
it's ever been. They won't give us
And
anything.
that's the whole team.
We
The whole team stock is bad.
and the second round pick right now. That's what he's going for, bro.
It won't be a Garnett trade. It will
And
not be a Garnett trade.
salaries.
It will not be nothing like that. It won't be no Garnett trade. It won't be no like
Rudy Gobert?
superstar trade. What all they gave up for Rudy Gobert?
5 first.
Five first.
And you know what's so crazy with that? The Timberwolves look bad with him right now. He don't even fit their team. He don't. He in the way. Like
Man,
Julius Randle cut to
that
the basket.
offseason, when I say, man, they getting rid of Big Cat is a huge mistake. I wish we would have got him.
Well, we're talking about who?
You know what?
Talking about the Towns.
I mean, really, because what would that would have done?
Moved him.
It wouldn't have done nothing for us. It wasn't done nothing for us.
Thing
What
is,
we
you still have horrible coaching.
real
You still
talk.
have no vision.
I mean, we would still be a better. We would be a
That's
better
another
team.
talent that would have been wasted. Because right now, I feel like everybody's career on this team is in jeopardy.
Exactly.
Because there's no leadership. There's no identity. There's no vision. And the thing is like that's chaos. You're wasting these guys' talents. You're wasting their talents. And I actually value a player's career. You know what I'm saying? Like it's sad that, you know, some of these guys, they're not really positioned to succeed because you don't know how to position them. I don't know if you notice. Look, it seems like everybody who has left this organization and gone to another organization, look at their situation. Look at how they're fitting in to that particular system. And you can look at the most recent. Dyson's doing well. Man, shout out to I'm happy for him. He's a legitimate starter. You know, dude led the charge against the Celtics at the Celtics. And here at the Pelicans, he was the second string. He was coming off the bench.
He's ranked number 1 in defensive guards in the league right now.
I mean, he's
crazy.
doing better. He's doing. I'm not relating that to the trade.
Defender than her.
I'm not relating that trade at all. It has nothing to do with the trade. It's the fact that Dyson is in a different situation, under a different coach, under a different system, and he's flourishing way more than he was with the Pelicans.
Right. And Zion would too. And you brought up somebody.
I feel like anybody would.
You brought up something earlier about like how he's different from Larry Johnson, and they are similar, but he's so much different. He's way more explosive. He's way more a volcano than Larry Johnson. And Larry Johnson was a freak athlete. He really was coming out of UNLV. The thing that happened with Larry Johnson was he broke his back his second year, and he had to sit out for the rest of the season. He never came back the same. But the Knicks still was able to get something out of him where Charlotte wasn't, and Charlotte traded him for Anthony Mason, which was not a good trade. You know what I'm saying? Straight up, it was not a good trade. Like what Zion would fit into is a team that can shoot threes, they can space the floor. This team right here, it seems like you said it last week. You said it, and you were right. This is Brandon Ingram's team. It's not Zion's team.
Yeah, it's always
they
they
never got the
pieces. Zion. We've been saying that, but that's not what they've been doing. I feel like between Brandon and Willie Green's system, I feel like those two things, that's what they're building around.
Yeah,
but it's never been Zion. Not one time has it been him.
Because you can't get shut down the way they got shut down with Zion. And it was like Zion should never be stopped. He should never be stopped. And we still, you scream that the whole time ever watching, but then turn around and watch Draymond put on a clinic on about how to stop Zion. And the biggest thing of the clinic was, we're going to close this paint off and try to force him to pass it on to other people, and these people ain't going to be moving. That's what it was. His team wasn't going to help him.
It was yes, they were stagnant. No movement.
It was stagnant. Yeah, and they just watching the same thing we watching on TV. His teammates. That's what it came down to. And the same thing would have happened with Cat, because Cat really needed the Knicks and the Knicks needed Cat. So that's how that simply is. It wouldn't have worked if he came down here. It wouldn't have worked. I don't know.
Cat ain't even a cat no more.
Right.
He a
Yeah,
dog.
I went real talk. That's Thibodeau. That's that front office. That's that thought process of how they moving up there in New York. That's that winning, getting out of that funk we tired of losing for the last 15 years. That's what that is.
Well, Tibbs, you got to remember, he coached Cat as a rookie, and when Cat was basically on a trajectory to be better than Anthony Davis, if y'all remember.
Yeah, but you
Tibbs
also
know how to deal with Cat. He know how to handle him and how to coach him and how to set him up and how he plays. So they put him in a perfect situation, to be honest.
Him and Brooklyn are putting up numbers similar to Shaq and Kobe right now. They just put that out.
Yeah.
That's that. Him and Jimmy Butler had problems and all that stuff that was going on up there. They would have won the championship by now. Timberwolves, if they were stuck together, they would have won the championship because they really had everything. You know what I mean? On paper, they would have won the championship by now. You know what I mean? But like, it's the same thing with going back to the Zion situation. Like, you won't get what you think you can get for him. You probably could talk to Philly, but Philly fan base will not want Zion because the bad PR that's already put on him. That's a crazy fan base. You know what I mean? And they would not want him. But like, you might get Embiid. They gonna want Herb Jones with him too. It's not gonna be just
wait, what? They gonna want Herb Jones with who?
Yeah, they would. They would want Zion and Herb
to get who?
You get Embiid. Embiid done won the MVP, bro. They're gonna hype that whole thing up if you try to trade for Embiid. I'm just saying hypothetically. They would want Zion and Herb. You guys there?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, I'm just letting you.
I was ready for you to say something back about that. Can you see that? Can you see that?
Know. I think they would ask for more than that, so I was just waiting for you to.
Real talk. No, they wouldn't deserve more than that. Come on now. We know.
And we looking like a laughing stock, bro. We lame ducks out here. Everybody gonna try to get over on us and rip us off.
That is a rip off.
Who's at the helm of that, DC? It's Griff. Griff think he a mastermind. It's like, dog, you are not Danny Ainge. You ain't about to fleece nobody.
Real talk.
That's not what you're doing. You don't have that gift.
Because imagine trading Zion after the season he had last year when they was having this whole Brandon Ingram issue over the summer. Imagine trading Zion. They would have gave up. Anybody besides the name Jokic would have been giving up for Zion.
Yeah.
Think about that. After that season he had last year, and then in the middle of summer, while everybody anxious and he losing weight and all that stuff, it would have gave him up. Now the value that went down on everybody. There's nobody on the team that got value but Brandon Boston right now. To me, now his value then went straight up, and he's a two-way player. Everybody else is like, I don't know, man. I don't want him.
I mean, nobody ain't played enough, but I think Yeeves
come down to
his value is pretty
Yeah.
high.
Yeah, she
You know,
is.
Brandon Boston. I think Trey's value is the same. I don't think his value.
The thing is with Ease Missy, what they would say is they're gonna pull on the tape and they're gonna see his flaws and all that stuff, and they're gonna like we can do that, we can replicate that with another center we get.
But he 19.
You know what I mean?
Like, what do you mean?
I know, bro. I know. Hear me out with that. I know.
Shaq
I'm
had
just keeping it
flaws at
real.
19. I mean, like that.
I mean, you
What they
something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they would in the rebuttal that they would just say that we're gonna find this in the draft. That's what they're gonna say, stuff like that. I mean, it's a bad situation. Griffin put us in a horrible situation.
Yeah.
And Big Q, I'm giving you a props because he was on it all season. Is he still here, Big Q?
Yeah, I'm here, brother. I'm here. Thank you, brother, for that, man. Appreciate it, bro.
He was on it, bro. Like, and he like I called out a lot of things, and it almost like being a Pelicans fan make you want to lose your mind, make you want to go into the conspiracies and everything, drawing up the dots and all that. But at the end of the day, for real, bro, this man is crazy. This man, David Griffin, is horrible, and he's crazy. Ain't nothing to it. He's just crazy.
I told you, brother.
I think you're crazy.
God wants
And you know why? You know why he's crazy? Because it's putting this team together should not have been difficult. It's not that difficult.
Yeah, it's not. Just being late and delayed, man. It's like again, hurry up and wait. What are we waiting for? Make the change and get rid of all these attachments. It's a business, dog. You know, I mean, everybody else is aggressive on trying to win. Where's your aggression at? And I feel like he's been complacent ever since he got the job. Anybody else feel that way?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
We're not in a position of being complacent or whatever he said. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, you've been complacent since way back when.
Yeah, he walked in the door like he was a savior. That's what it was. He walked in the Pelicans building like he was a savior. He was holding that chip up, talking about he knows how it feels to be a part of a championship team. Like he architect that thing. Well, we know prior to LeBron getting back to Cleveland, what he was doing. He made the Anthony Bennett pick. He drafted what's your boy name? Deion Waiters. Then drafted Kyrie. They couldn't play to each other. Them guys hated each other. Right. They had all kind of turmoil. Then eventually LeBron comes back. LeBron tells him all of the players that he wants and kept telling them who he wanted. And that's what he had to do. And that's why he hated the job, because he couldn't screw it up anymore. And then he got the chip by way of LeBron telling him what players that he wanted. That's how he did it. Then he brought that down here and sold that to the Pelicans as a way to say we can fix this and we can make the Pelicans a championship team. And Gail's like, he has a championship ring on his resume, not looking at the situation or the extenuating circumstances.
Paper, man.
Right. But that's how he got us. But listen, that's not the crazy part, fam. The crazy part is that this dude is actually the best general manager, VP guy we ever had. That's how sad this is. That's the crazy part. The Pelicans, prior to David Griffin taking over the team, the only other VP and GM candidate they ever had, because prior to that, when they were Hornets, they had only general managers. And the only respectable one that I can even talk about is Bowers, and Bowers was garbage. Jeff Bowers, who took a job with Detroit much later on. Matter of fact, the crazy part about it is Jeff Bowers was the general manager of Detroit. Then he gets fired, and guess who they hired to take his spot?
Dun, dun, dun.
Stan Van Gundy. You see, you just heard what I just said? Isn't that crazy? You talk about dots, Stacey, connecting dots. There you go. That was crazy. Bowers went to Detroit. He gets fired, and Stan Van Gundy takes that job.
Yeah.
Crazy. And then you get Van Gundy later on as a head coach. You can't make this stuff up. But that's the crazy part is that he was the best one you had, because outside of that, it was Dale Demps, and Dale Demps. You heard what the great David Stern called him. Called this guy this is a terrible general manager. Terrible.
He stepped in for a little bit.
Well,
That's when with what Pau Gasol and Chris Paul.
Well, as the NBA took over the team from Shin, and they were looking to transfer. The NBA actually took over the team, and David Stern and the NBA was the owner. And they were telling Dale Demps the moves that he wanted to make. Now, the trade that he wanted to do before he came up with the Chris Paul trade. That's what happened. He was trying to facilitate the Chris Paul trade. Y'all remember that trade? He had got he was going to get a bunch of veterans. Going to get Luis Scola from Houston, who was at the Lakers at the time. He was going to get Lamar Odom. What was the kid, the light-skinned shooting guard, DC, that they used to have that was out there that was a part of the trade? He was going to get all those guys and some draft picks. And then I don't think
he's the one that dated Monica. The one that get Monica baby daddy.
Not Shannon. It wasn't Shannon Brown. It was another dude. I'm gonna pull it up. But yeah, that was the trade that he was trying to facilitate to the Lakers, because they were going to try to send Chris Paul to LA, and in the NBA, David Stern killed it because he was his fault. You remember that?
I remember Lamar Odom being
Lamar Odom, Luis Scola.
It was a package,
Pau Gasol too. Pau Gasol.
Was Gasol in there? I don't know if Gasol
wasn't. He wasn't on.
I don't think he wasn't in
on
there.
there.
No, it was.
No, that's why the Lakers would have won it. That's why they would have won it, because they was going to keep Paul.
They got Paul Gasol. They became good instantly. This is when they was going through that weird period of trying to own.
Well, Paul was already there.
Yeah,
Paul was already there. Like, this is what happened. Like, so in 2007, Kobe had wanted that, he requested a trade and everything. Also, and then the Celtics won, and they actually the Celtics went against the Lakers. That all season is when that happened. When the Celtics, I think either the Lakers won or Orlando was coming up. The Lakers beat Orlando, and then it was about to be another championship with Lakers was either going to take it back or they were going to get back in the conversation. Because I think between that time, the people that won the championship was the Celtics, Lakers, Mavericks, and then, if I'm not mistaken, the Heat won. So it was around that time, and within those 4 years, what happened, and that's when your boy was supposed to get traded over there. CP3 was supposed to get traded over there, and he ended up going to the Clippers, but he hated that job, and they ended up falling apart and everything.
Man, it's crazy.
Yeah, but like the guy, what you say, Nick?
Was a joke though, man.
The guy from Detroit. He tore Detroit down. He had sent Ben Wallace to the Bulls. He had got Josh Smith, and ruined Josh Smith's career. And I hate that, because I love Josh, grew up with him and everything. I want everything to be good for him. He's a good person and all that. And he was carrying it up in Atlanta. He ruined his career. There's just a whole bunch of stuff that was going on. Like, but that's just the bad part of just this fan base, not the fan base, but the city did not deserve this crap. Back in like 2003, the Saints was doing good with Deuce McAllister, Aaron Brooks, and all of that, and all the guys they had on that team. I think a game before the Rams, like at the Rams game or whatever, it was a playoff game, and they ended up beating the Rams. But what they did was they did voodoo in the middle of the field. They had a witch doctor come in the middle of the field, and it was like 2004, 2003 or 2004. That I know what happened. The next year, Katrina happened. Next year, you remember this? Do you remember this, Big Q? They did voodoo in the middle of the field.
Yeah, that was under Sean Payton though. I think that was after Katrina, because Katrina wasn't Katrina and Katrina. Yeah, they had, because Payton was hired.
Yeah, that was after football.
Yeah, it was after. You're right on the voodoo. That happened several times. Matter of fact, he had her to come in with. Yeah, we just talked about this on the Coma not too long ago about the Sean Payton used. And I was telling this, kind of making light to Atlanta Falcon people. Like, when you take over a losing organization, you got to use psychology. not in a negative way, but in a
No,
positive
you
way.
right
Like
though. You right
that's how
though.
you got to
I,
do it. So they created. He
my,
used the voodoo stuff. I don't know if he believed in it or not. More than likely, probably didn't. But he understood the impacts of having a voodoo doctor to dance around on the field during a live game, like during the halftime or whatever it was. I think it was the halftime or I forgot. I think it was halftime where the voodoo doctor came out there and did a ritual. She had a snake wrapped around her and she was saying stuff. That happened twice, I think, in different years. And then he even had mock funeral processions where he had the coffins. And had jazz funerals with coffins,
yeah, you don't feel
plain in
you
black
don't
and gold with names on them saying, dead saints, the old dead past saints, all this. And then they had a jazz funeral with them doing that. So yeah, that Sean Payton did that to kind of separate the line between these are the old people, this the old dead ass losing. I'm here now. This is the winning stuff. And it worked. So it created that stamping thing in people's mind. But you're absolutely right though.
Yeah, you still don't play with it. I don't care. You just win the game, dog.
Yeah.
It was that serious to win the
Yeah.
game
That's doing too much.
because what happened is you didn't let that spirit come into and it's gonna carry on from that point on. You know what I mean? Just because you used it and you got something out of it, yeah, what? It's gonna be lingering effects about how this about to go down. And that's what I'm not saying that's what's going on with the Pelicans, but it seemed bad, bro. Like DeMarcus Cousins was having a great career.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was crazy. Man. He was putting up his story. Him and AD was putting up crazy numbers.
Yeah. They were like the
It
new
was
Twin
never
Towers.
seen
Felt like they
before.
had the Twin Tower type.
It was better numbers than the Twin Towers. Like they was putting up
Yeah.
Well,
like
I mean,
they was
30 and
comparing
40
them.
point
the Twin
games
Towers won
together.
championships though, man. But
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get
But
what
I'm
you're
just saying they had a short. I mean, it was like maybe a 10, 15 game period of the new
Yeah,
season.
yeah.
Where they was
And
doing
they was on the street. They was on the street.
yeah, they were
And when
playing out their mind, man. It was unseen
yeah,
what they were doing as
They
teams.
they was upset.
needed a different coach though. They should have got rid of Gentry with
Well,
that squad.
Rondo was the coach. There's no way around it. And when Rondo was the coach, he was
Right.
really running coaching that offense, bro. Like, and Drew was coaching the defense, and that's simply how it was. You can tell that Albert Gentry ain't had nothing to do with what was going on.
Alvin
Them boys
Gentry
called the
was the
same play.
offensive version of Willie Green.
They called the same play every play. They
He
were
was a
coming
what?
up, and it was just
The offensive
Where did they
version of Willie
find
Green.
these people at?
He's Willie Green, but with offense.
I mean, you still got D'Antoni on the team. He's still an active member of
You
the
know
team.
what? Why? You know what? They need to get away and stay
It's
away
only
from anybody who's coming from the Warriors. Cause they clearly even their mentality as far as modeling their game after them, their style of play. Like y'all need to lose that. Leave these coaches for
Kevin Martin.
alone.
The dude was Kevin Martin. That's who the dude was. Y'all remember Kevin Martin?
Oh
Was-
yeah, Kevin Martin. Yeah,
Kevin
he
Martin
had
was good.
that weird shot.
Yeah, that was the guys. That was the guys that they
yeah,
were trying to trade. Or Lamar Odom, Kevin Martin, Luis Scola,
Kevin Martin.
Dragon,
Yeah,
Goran Dragic.
Yeah,
Damn, that would have been way better than what we actually wound up with.
But David Stern killed it because he thought that older group of people that made the Pelicans pretty competitive fast, but David Stern killed it because he said he was trying to sell a team and he wanted young assets and not old people. So that's how he ended up with Eric Gordon. But go ahead, bro. That's go ahead,
Who
Stacey.
didn't want to be here and play like shit.
David Stern used to be scheming, boy. David Stern. That's why I would say a lot of people talking about taking for Cooper Flag. Like these guys not gonna allow that to happen, dog. Like with David Stern was known for not just the Patrick Ewing situation, but there was other situations where he would have that lottery happen and out of plain sight and the back or whatever, and the team that he wanted to get that best player, that's who would get him.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I think Silver would do the same thing. You're not gonna send Cooper Flag down in New Orleans. You're not gonna do that.
Now they
don't
want
make any sense.
they want to put guys like that same thing with Wemby. They were not going to send Wemby down to Detroit.
They want to send Wemby nowhere.
I was like, they are going to send him to San Antonio. That makes sense. They want to position him to succeed.
We saw this done 2 years before he even came. He was going to go to doggone San Antonio. We just knew that. Like, and they're going to do the same thing with Cooper Flag, unless the only way that the Pelicans get Cooper Flag with this streak of losing. The only way that the Pelicans and they're going to move us either Seattle or Vegas. That's simply it. That's the only way. They already got. By the way, has anybody looked that up? Why hasn't she renewed the lease yet?
Because they're
I'm
trying
not
to
going to
get
get off that.
they're trying to get a new stadium, man. The stadium we have is not up to league standards, as far as all of the things they expect, and they're trying to separate themselves from the Saints, because the Smoothie King Arena is like right next to the Saints. So it's been talked for a while that they want to take the Smoothie King Arena and possibly rebrand it or make a new arena and move it to a different location around the city.
Do you agree with that?
No, because that's gonna take our taxpayer dollars here. Like, man, we paying the lights and everything over there. We paid for the arena, and they not gonna try to pay anything to do that. That's just coming out of our tax money, and we don't really get a big kickback from it here in the city. So you want us to do that, and we don't even have a winning product.
Right.
No.
Philly going through the same thing. Philly about to get a new stadium. They moving it. They moving. They
We have been to the conference finals at least. Like we.
Well, no, I'm about to break down what's going on in Philly. So Philly has all three of their teams in the same place. Like all three of their stadiums in the same place. Like they have the Lincoln Financial, they got Wells Fargo, and then they have the baseball field. They all right there, like one plaza. Like they share the same parking lots because it's that big. It's like one plaza. Philly trying to move their team. They don't want to be with Wells Fargo no more. Like they want their own stadium, so they're trying to move their stadium to Chinatown, and they caused the problems with that. It was like by 2031 they're gonna get that new stadium or whatever. But long story short, that's even way different from the Pelican situation because that's bad for the Pelicans. Like these people ain't got it like that right now to do that. You can't raise their taxes in New Orleans.
They need to get their infrastructure right. Top to
What a
bottom.
remote. Oh, okay, I got it.
What sales? I mean, what is a good job down in New Orleans right now? Like what is New Orleans import right now that makes money besides that sports?
Well, I mean, the tourism is the biggest draw for the city. The culture, they market the culture, and a lot of times, you know, when you come down here, man, it's like it's a service town. So a lot of times you come here for the food, you come here for the sights and everything, the culture. They market that very well. Outside of that, the port's big money. You know, like one of the guys that was trying to buy the team. Matter of fact, a little history on that. As far as the Pelicans concerned, when David Stern in the NBA was running, they was trying to find a group that was stable enough, and the first people to bid on the Hornets at the time was Tom Benson's brother, Larry Benson, who had his own money, and Tom Benson heard about it and outbid his own brother for it. But there also another guy that was tied to the port of New Orleans, which this is old mob tie stuff, man. You know, operating out of the port. But yeah, the ports bring in $5 to $10 billion a year. So it's a big port town as well. So yeah, it's a lot of money circulating down here. It just don't get where it needs to go. You know, if you know what I mean.
You already know. You already know because that's black communities anyway. Like, and I'm saying that I'm being for real. And they in the world know that too. Because like Birmingham and Baltimore go through the same thing. Birmingham is a big steel city. Baltimore is a big docks too.
Yeah,
big port as well.
Yeah,
and it's same thing. But at the end of the day, the sports team is that's what they dazzle us with. That's that you know what I'm saying? They dazzle us with the sports and everything. But when your sports team don't have a good product, you got a right to say something. And
you're right.
Like really, we make y'all happy by giving y'all an African American coach. That's how I feel. That's how they doing us. They by saying, "Oh, y'all should be happy. We got an African American coach." Bro, this man is a puppet. This is a patsy.
But
this dude is not a real coach.
Propaganda too.
You ain't lying, brother. You ain't lying.
The thing is, out of all these black coaches that actually have talent and can actually coach, you gonna go and choose the one who has horrible experiences, doesn't know X and O's. They do that stuff on purpose. I mean, they do that in the interview process. That's almost like the contingency plan, you know, for we got to hire a certain percentage of black people. Oh, okay. And then they go and find the worst candidates so they can have a reason to fire them. Well, we tried. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's that like contingency plan as far as, you know, to counter that rule that they've set in place or that law or whatever. I'm like, don't nobody got time for that.
Real talk, the one that's never gonna speak up and speak his mind. That's how that is. The one that's gonna speak his mind. I mean, never speak his mind. That's what the one that got the job.
You think that's Willie?
Yeah, I know Willie will never speak his mind.
He basically accepted, you know, chump change. He was desperate. He wanted to be a head coach. That's why no other coaches wanted what Griff was offering. Like, I can't pick my own coaching staff.
Nope.
For real.
I'm gonna tell you,
I don't want that. It's like, that's crazy.
I said this to myself. I said, and it's 2 years ago, like too. It's like the job that paid me the most money I ever and the most peace I ever had. My brother, it was even my boss, but I mean, he was over my operation, like over my department, whatever. But he wasn't my boss. The general manager was my boss or whatever. But long story short, I said this before on here, but I'm just like break it down. I'm gonna tell you how good I felt, how much peace it is. I did change myself. That I was the employee of the year, plaque and everything. Like with the whole everybody in the building, office and everything. Everybody in the building saw me as the employee of the year. Announced in front of everybody. A week later, I was walking out the building. I wasn't going for that jump. I mean, at the time, it made you feel like, dang, man, that's a really good job. But I wasn't about to lose myself to these people, bro. I really wasn't. Because they were playing games the whole time. Everybody deserved raises. And then when it come down to it, when you give me employee of the year, you thinking that I'm going to just bow to this nonsense y'all playing or whatever. I'm proud of myself. Like, and I bring that up, I bring that up for anybody that's listening. Do not let these people define you. Like, especially if you black. And I just hate to, like, I'm not even gonna be afraid to say that. Especially if you black. Do not go for the stuff they'll throw at you.
Mm-hmm.
Know who you are and stay firm into who yourself is. Like, because there's a lot of other people depending on you. Zion is dependent on Willie Green. Jose Alvarado is dependent on Willie Green. You know, that person that's walking down the aisles, that's selling the beers and selling the popcorn, they depending on Willie Green. They're depending on the success of this team. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of jobs that get lost. Bigger than just what's on the court. Bigger than them getting played on ESPN 3 times this year, and that's teams that's really working hard. They ain't been on ESPN once. Like, it's bigger than that. There's people that's about to lose jobs if this team don't win. Yeah. And that's what it comes down to. Is keep y'all foot on content creators. Keep y'all foot on these people's neck.
That's true.
You hear me, Big Q?
Yes,
Big
sir.
Q, you hear me?
Yes, sir. You talking facts, brother. That's why I'm listening to you, brother. You dropping it, Stacey. I'm listening, brother. You're right. You're absolutely right, man. Don't lose. Don't compromise. Don't compromise, bro. I tell people that all the time, though. Don't cry. And this happens in the world because for those who compromise, they gain position. But you got to remember, you might gain a position when you compromise, but you lose. That's why a lot of these people get on high and they turn suicidal and all these it happens all the time in entertainment and the business world.
You shouldn't have to lose yourself to get.
It's a trade.
Yeah,
it's a trade. It's a trade, and what you're trading for, once you obtain it, it's not worth it. Is like Kanye West. He's very transparent in his earlier works when he talked about the bargain that he made and the price that he had to pay to get to where he is, because it's a blood game, because they're dealing with demons, and that's that old Babylonian magic. They worship this. Yeah, that's what's running the world. It's hidden under the veneer of political, but these are the same factions running it today. They just don't call themselves that, but they still operate the same. And why the baby thing is so big and they got the ladies all turned around on the baby thing. That they're talking about, oh, this, that, and the third, but it's not about that. It never was about that. It's about them doing what they need to do to kind of keep that blood thing going on, because the God they worship is one that that you're supposed to sacrifice babies on the altar to. So that's what all this is about. That's game. So I mean, like, that's how a lot of people you got to study to show thyself approval and know who your enemy is, because a lot of people don't know who the enemy is. They align themselves with people. They don't know. You don't know who your enemy is, fam. Y'all gotta understand, this is a trick. This is a lie. But anyway, Tasha, shout out to you.
You was practicing that earlier when we was talking. Good game.
What you said, D? I ain't hear you, brother.
I said that's what we talked about earlier. So you was practicing that earlier when we talked. That's a good game, man.
Oh yeah,
We had
right,
a
absolutely.
conversation earlier today.
Yeah, oh yeah, man. People don't know that, man. People thinking it's all that when somebody say, "Thank God for helping me get this," some of these rapper cats who talk about all the things they talk about. Thank God for bless me for getting this, man. They're not talking about.
Yeah.
They're not talking about who you talking
Talking about the
about.
same
Man.
God we be talking about.
Right? They're not talking about. They
That's
don't
true.
set up.
On that note,
They don't
on
call
that
who
note,
you
before y'all, on that note, before you bring Tasha in, what you think about James last night, man?
Oh wow.
I'm gonna order me a
James
win on
is so
Amazon.
down,
It's gonna be here by 9 p.m.
He's doing it.
Yeah,
man. And y'all ran them out of there, bro.
bro.
Y'all ran
Listen,
them out of there.
it was not a decision, bro. That was Dennis Allen, bro.
He hated it.
Dennis Allen backstabbed Jameis Winston. Promised him when he
Never gave him a job, bro. Never gave him the job.
Well, this is an unwritten rule. You know this, Stacey. Like, if a player isn't supposed to lose his starting job via injury. If he gets hurt and once he gains his health back, he's supposed to take his starting job back. That's an unwritten rule that's been going on for as long as I can remember in pro football and pro. If a guy is healthy, he's a starter and he loses position due to injury, when he gets healthy enough, he's supposed to come back and get his job back. Well, Dennis Allen told him when he gets healthy, he would give him his job back. And then Jameis Winston approached him, okay, I'm ready, I'm healthy. And he didn't give him his job back. And Jameis talked to him about it, and ultimately he couldn't hash it out. Jameis couldn't go to Mickey Loomis because Mickey Loomis obviously doesn't give a damn. So he went to the press, told the press that he lied to me. He lied to me. That's what Jameis says. And then Dennis Allen never played the man again for the whole season, even though the other guy was in there was stinking half to death. But this is Dennis Allen. So that's the reason why he's not here anymore, man. But yeah, we've like, because at first I didn't like Jameis Winston because Jameis Winston isn't the Jameis Winston who you know here. When he was in Tampa Bay, he was doing all kind of shit. When we played Jameis would do dirty shit. Like Jameis would poke, like he did something to Lattimore when he was not even active for the game. He in there poking his helmet. And that caused a big fight on the sideline between Lattimore and Mike Evans tackled him from behind. That was Jameis instituted that. He instigated all of that. He was also doing little funny stuff when Cam would sack him. He would grab while Cam sacked him and threw him on the ground. To get up, he grabbed Cam's, who was laying back like this, grabbed his face mask and under that and slammed it down on the ground so he can pull himself up. He would do dirty shit like that. But when I didn't want him down here at first, I was like, man, this dude is the wrong kind of cat. But he didn't had a spiritual change. Then he started talking about God, and
He had them babies. I think.
That's what happened. Remember, he had the Uber situation. He had all that, the Uber driver situation that happened up in there. Remember all that? All that.
He was always doing stuff like, dog,
He was
calm
doing
down.
dumb shit. Jameis a little throw it off, man. He was a little throw it off, but he changed his life around. He got older. He had his children.
I'll be honest about a lot of that, John, bro. Like, that's just immaturity, bro. Like, I expect a 14-year-old to be a 14-year-old. I don't expect a grown man to be a 14-year-old. You know what I'm saying? That's one of my favorite things to say at myself. I'll be 38 next month. But one of my favorite things, because I feel it now. When I was a boy, I played as a boy. But when I became a man, I put down all my child things.
Put away childish things. That's right, brother.
Exactly. And that's exactly what happened with Jameis and a lot of people. Ray Lewis had issues too. Whole different change, bro.
Yeah,
Ain't nobody bigger than God, bro. God's so big, bro.
Right.
Like, for real, bro. Like, anyways. Yeah. How you doing, Miss Tasha?
You there, Tasha, baby?
Tasha.
Hello?
Hello,
Hey, what's up, Tasha?
Y'all hear me?
I hear you,
Oh goodness, what's going on?
Well,
I feel something coming.
Tasha. Listen, we got
well,
a disclaimer before we get going here. We got a disclaimer that we usually tell
man,
everybody.
forget your disclaimer. Forget
Hold
your
on now,
disclaimer. I don't want to
hold
hear
on,
it.
hold on now, lady. I got to tell you this disclaimer. Um, this is a pro Pelican channel, and we love our Pelicans here. We also love our Saints here. Okay, so with that being said, welcome in, Miss Tasha. How you doing today?
Well, greetings and salutations to you all.
Bonjour.
Salutations.
Greetings to Q, to DC, and to the fragrance of the house.
Uh-oh.
Alexa,
Ah,
how are you
merci.
doing? Anyway,
It's a gift
and
because
who else is that on there?
Tasha don't usually chime in, but she don't usually chime in. But when she chime in, it's always something good. What's on your mind tonight, Tasha? I know you
No,
got something to
I
say.
wanted to come
Something.
and I wanted to just come and
Bless us
check
with
on
your
you
presence.
guys.
We
I
doing
wanted to
great.
come and check
Sleeping well at
on
night.
the family.
Oh
I
Lord,
just, I've been in the bushes kind of, watching and
oh
I'm
here you
always
go.
somewhere lurking in the
Hmm.
bushes and stuff, but I'm just
Yeah.
not liking this. I need to see your eyes. Like, I'm not liking this.
You
All
don't
we
like our
This
want
is
to look.
coolness?
just,
We trying to look good right now.
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't know about it being cool, but like I just, I just look so sad,
Oh,
You
we
and I
had.
smiling.
just,
You don't see my smile?
I
Got
just
my
got
teeth
you laughing a few minutes ago.
no, I really just wanted to come in and check on y'all, but no, for real, I'm finna get off of here because I'm really tired. That 51 hit me, and I can't stay up with y'all no more. Q done wore me out. All
Oh, you
these
can
years
hang?
I've been following him, he wore me out. We stay up late, and he come on late, and all of that. He just be coming on, different times and stuff, and I can't keep up no more. So
What time is it
I'm
there?
just gonna stay with. It's Houston. It's 12:45.
Ah,
You're in the
okay.
same time zone with me, Tasha. It's
Well,
12:45 too.
it's 1:45 here.
Yes,
So
that's late for me. That's late for the queen.
Oh,
I can't
it's
be up
early
this
for
late.
me.
okay.
It's late. I get up at 5 and have to get out and go. So I'm kind of tired, but I just wanted to come on. Really seriously, y'all. I
Mm-hmm.
was just listening and I've been listening. I'm always listening. And sometimes I go back and do the replay and listen. And
Thank you.
a lot of what y'all were saying just earlier, it just made me think about, just the whole organization, like even with the Saints and with the Pels, like I just look at it and maybe I'm wrong. It's just me thinking. To me, it's like modern day slavery.
Okay.
It's just modern day slavery because it's like, okay, think about how they used to just put us on a bed and block,
Mm.
and bid on us and all of that, separating families they didn't care, is what I'm saying. They didn't care about us. And I just feel like looking at, some of the, well, just even in the entertainment business, they
Yeah.
don't care. They don't care. And you really do have to, I feel like that you have to really keep your integrity. You have to really,
Mm-hmm.
the players really, really, really need to, get more proactive about their health and everything to do with, don't just sign your name on the contract. Because when you sign your name, it's just like you signing over to them and you got to do whatever they say
Yep.
Yeah.
because they're over your bag. They're the ones that control what you get or whatever. And I just look at it, especially us African American, the athletes, the African American athletes. And I just feel like that a lot of the athletes really need to get educated.
Mm-hmm.
Financially, they need to get educated more about what they're getting into. They need to really, know what they're getting into. A lot of them start out young, and let's just be real, y'all. Our community, we're bad about finances and education and finance, educating
Parents
ourselves
don't
about
even know.
finances and stuff. The parents don't know, so the parents can't help the 18 or 19-year-old that's going into the NBA or the NFL. They can't help them. They can't tell them, help them make better decisions and stuff. And so then they go into this world, this dark world of sports and entertainment, not knowing anything. And then they just get railroaded by these people. And these people basically can do whatever they want to do to these athletes and to these people that's going into this entertainment business and stuff. And I just look at it as, we just need to just educate our people more. We just need to be more educated about it. And I'm a business major, so I kind of know that aspect of it, and I'm learning a lot, and I'm like, gosh, man, we so behind. We as a people, really, we are so behind on a lot of things, and that I'll say other races have an edge or advantage on us,
Mhm.
and it's simply because of our ignorance, because we don't educate ourselves. We don't really teach our youth. We're not teaching our youth. We're not even preparing them. I have two daughters that are grown now, and that's all I preach to them. You got to stand on your own feet. You got to have your integrity. You got to keep your integrity. Don't compromise. Don't settle for anything. Work for what you want. And I've taught them that, and my 21-year-old is constantly telling me, "Mama, thank you. You really, really everything that you said, you and Dad said. I'm living it now, and I see it now, and I get it, and I understand it now. Now my 19-year-old is still trying to find her way and figure it out, but both of them pretty much, I think, at this time got a little grasp of what it's like in this world, and it's a doggy dog world.
Right.
And not everybody is blessed to, have parents, to teach you. My mother, them, they come from the generation where, they didn't, they pushed us and told us, to go to school. But if you don't want to go to school, then work for what you want or whatever. But one thing about it is that I was raised by my mother and my grandmother, and they taught me, you know, who I was. They taught
Right.
me where I came from. They taught me to be a woman, to stand on my own 2 feet with or without a man. They taught me to have my own mind, my own thoughts, my own, beliefs, my own convictions. I was always raised to be a strong woman. And so I did that for my girls. And I just feel like that's lacking,
Yeah.
in our community. And that's the reason why these athletes, they get into this world and they just, it's like you said, Q, they end up getting on drugs. They end up just, after making so many millions and being so great, those are the worst stories. And I look at those stories sometime on YouTube, how they were great and they made all this money and they had everything, everything they could ever imagine. And then just to lose it all. Why? No education and finances.
Mm-hmm.
They got yes people around them all the time. There's yes, 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 and those are sharks, and they're there to get what they can get from them, and they and when all the money is gone, then they're left and they don't know how to deal with that. They don't have the fame, they don't have the notoriety that they used to have, they don't have the money, the finances, and then they turn to drugs and drinking and some to even crime. So it's just I look at that and I look at the Pelicans, and they just remind me, and I'm gonna stop. They remind me of I did 20 years in education before I got into business. So I had a job that I was on for 8 years, y'all, and loved the job, loved the families, loved the kids, loved my coworkers, everything. But there was our boss was toxic. She was
Mm-hmm.
toxic, and she made a job that was fun. She made a job that was should have been fun every day. She made the whole place horrible. And I feel like that's what the problem is with the Pelicans. They got people in leadership that shouldn't be there. They got people that's running the organization that don't care. They don't care. They don't have the players' best interests at heart. They don't care about them. All they care about is filling their pocket. and getting fat off of the backs of the players or whatever. And so that's why I say it's a modern day slavery because they care nothing about it. Now we have rivalry. We talk about, y'all talk about, we talk about each other. But one thing I could say about the Spurs, Pop care for his players. That organization look out for the players. They're gonna have the best trainers, they're gonna have the best medical staff, everything. Whatever he gotta do to take care of his players, that's what he's gonna do. And I don't see that with the Pelicans. I don't see nobody caring about them. If they cared about him, Zion wouldn't be having the problems that he having. Zion is a wonderful basketball player. Now, we trip and mess with Zion and all that and talk about Zion, but Zion is a wonderful basketball player. But if Zion had the real support and true support that he need to have in an organization that's invested, that would invest something in him more than just money, but really invest in his health, invest in his well-being. I think that if they did that more with the players and showed them that the morale would be different, that things would be a whole lot different. That's the reason why when people leave the team, they go somewhere else and they ball it. Because they going somewhere where they can be cared for or treated and developed.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, they're not getting that there. And so I just think you should just throw the whole sink out and get just start from the top on down. And I'm sorry, but Gail Benson don't know nothing, need to be out of there. I need to get somebody in there that can help her to understand the game. And that's in football and basketball. So I just want to say my little piece, y'all. And I just want to
You
come in
spoke.
and just say hi.
Well, you spoke some facts. Everything you said was accurate. Like it really
Yeah.
was. Like it had me thinking about life altogether and things that young black men go through. And
Yes.
honest, honestly, like it just got to change. That people got to like step up and make a difference for it. I'm seeing the difference with a player like LaMelo Ball over there in Charlotte, where they got some different things going on over there. Jordan sold the team, and some new people came in. They brought new GMs in, new coach in, and he is. And mind you, with everything going on, LaMelo, he's doing so good this year. He's still getting being coached, and he's being coachable. Like his coach then yoked him up already on the side, like and took him out the game and everything. And he came back and had a better game the next game.
Yeah.
And Zion could be in the same boat with a right coaching staff. I can only imagine what would have happened when Zion went to San Antonio. He would have been MVP already. I mean, that's real.
Yeah.
Everything you said was accurate. I
Yeah.
felt it.
Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. And one more thing before I leave. Q, can you please make a disclaimer to some of these fanatics that's in this chat that try to come for me?
What?
Now,
They were going at
you
it.
and Lexa,
What?
y'all summons me in the chat. I was in the bushes. I was not even in the chat. I wasn't even bothering nobody.
Well, how
And
we
y'all
summoned you?
said something about my Cowboys. And
What?
I wasn't going to
What?
say anything. I
No,
just put those
Sean
eyes on
said
you like I always do, Q. I put my eyes on you when you say something. And so then I came in the chat and I think I put the eyes or something like that. So then the next thing I know, I'm being attacked by Jerry
OG
and
Jerry, the
some
diehard.
tech blitz. Yeah. And he said that I messed up his vibe or something like that. I'm like, what? The queen messed up your vibes? What? Like, I don't. And he said, and they said that it's because I get y'all riled up and I keep up confusion and mess. And I'm like, oh my God, me? Moi? But I mean, I don't come to do that. I come in peace.
That's all right. Don't worry
I
about it.
really do.
It's all good.
I really do. So, I mean, if you could just let the little ninjas know that I come in peace. We do this all the time. I've been come on. We've been rocking with you on the sports coma. We've been coming here rocking with y'all Smellicans for a
Oh,
while
come on
now.
now. Hold on now.
And y'all know we
I
love
heard that.
y'all. Y'all know
Oh,
we love y'all.
Mother Tasha.
I
What did I
heard
say?
that.
What did I say?
I
What
heard
did I
what you said.
say?
You snuck that in there. I
I
heard
said,
that.
Trying to be sneak.
yeah, okay. But he's taught me to be sneaky. Q has
Who?
taught me to be sneaky
Little
because
Who?
trick
Q
in the
is the most
bushes.
pettiest person. He is so petty. DC, come on
Who?
now. You
DC,
know Q is
DC
petty.
calling you out.
counter that, DC. Counter that, man.
Come on now. Come on, DC. Unmute
Don't be
yourself.
scared. Don't be scared. Come on, DC.
Oh, dang. DC, what you doing, man? This ain't a good
DC,
look.
Oh,
This
he
DC,
ain't a good
probably
look,
drunk
man.
too much of that pineapple.
that
He
rum
probably
punch.
done spiked the pineapple
That
juice
hokey
tonight.
doke.
Yeah, you got rum punch. That's what
Yeah,
happened.
we gotta pray for him. We gotta pray for him. He falling off again.
Oh,
You
man.
did a good job, Tasha, working with DC on that. I'd like to thank you first and foremost.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. I haven't received my check yet, but thank you.
He said he gonna
Thank
pay
you.
you in pineapple skins.
Oh, my
Oh
God.
no, he gonna have to come with more than that. I need some green that you can't hear.
Yeah.
What, you mean the tree?
That's what I need. The
Oh, I think.
money. I don't want no coins. I need the green, that green stuff that,
But
he gonna have to come
Tasha,
with it. And sometimes
Tasha, we
go ahead.
they got people with a lot of the faithful here. You know, they're watching the Pelicans not doing so well. So at times, you're gonna get some people that's a little sore about that because they don't like the fact that their team is not performing up to standard. So you're gonna have
Right.
some people that's a little upset about that. So please excuse their behaviors. And
Right, because
I
you guys
disagree about
rake
that
us
petty
over the
thing.
coal for
I'm
the
the most
last 2 years.
well, but that's the Spurs is bucking themselves. They were kind of doing some stuff and we was kicking them and then just knocking them over and it was cool. A
Yeah, and
thousand
you you
gigawatts.
you kept putting up pictures with Pop. God bless
What
Pop. We praying
pictures?
for
Yeah,
Pop.
we hope he's
Yeah,
doing
that's why.
Those
okay.
pictures
That's
that you.
yeah. The pops
But you
pictures.
know
He's sick
what?
right now.
Pop always got a plan, and you know what? Something is working because we're doing good.
Well,
Yeah.
it's
Real
And
yeah,
where
good.
y'all at?
Well,
yeah.
Where y'all at?
we
We
can
we we
definitely
we
use
position
a
we
really good
position
coach
himself.
because I
I
take Pop in a heartbeat
I
over
had to
Willie.
look all the way down to the bottom of the can to find y'all.
Well,
Dang.
that
Y'all
all
gonna have to come up.
that's facts, Tasha. But I disagree wholeheartedly on that petty thing. I have to disagree on that.
Mm-mm.
You are the most pettiest person. That's
Name
why I
one.
started.
Name
That's
two petty
why
things I've
I
done tonight.
started the petty boy because you petty.
I
Name
gotta
two.
go
You
pop my
Name
stop
popcorn.
being petty.
name two petty things I did tonight.
Two petty things that you did tonight. You
Mm-hmm.
do petty stuff every time you on the live, whether
Okay.
it's on the Saints live or this live. You are petty. Admit it. You're petty. And
Okay.
you
The
know
last.
what? I love
The,
it. I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
no. The sports coma I did the last stream I did. I was petty. I ain't gonna lie. Especially against
You
Atlanta. I was
always
petty.
you slip
Accountability,
stuff
Big
in
Q.
all the
Okay,
time.
that's what's up, man.
Yes,
I got.
accountability.
I did.
Accountability.
I did talk shit about the Cowboys and the Falcons. I was like,
It's
yeah.
not
Well,
just
there we
with the
go.
Cowboys. You're
What's
just
the home
petty
record?
because you do stuff and you slip stuff in with DC all the time. And you
DC,
know
yo,
that DC
DC
is
said.
challenged and I'm working with him. He's
Dang.
challenged
Oh, DC, where you
and
at,
I'm working
man?
with and I need you to leave him
Oh my
alone. I
God.
need you to leave him alone
Well,
because I'm
DC,
working with him.
well, DC got to stop telling me crazy shit like Cam Reddish is a 3-level scorer and all that kind of stuff. He can't be telling me all
Well,
that. Think I'm serious,
Well,
I don't know.
we know the situation with him and Cam. We know the situation, but you just got to be patient with him. I'm working with him. I'm working with him. He'll get
Uh,
there.
okay. I'm gonna listen to you on that,
He'll
Tosh.
get there. But yeah, you petty. petty, but I'm here for it because you know what? Petty knows petty. So, you know,
Mother
petty
Tasha knows.
knows petty.
Now, what's the home record of the Cowboys?
You know what? I just after
What's the, hold on, Tasha. Answer that damn question. Don't try to talk out of that.
wait,
Answer
wait,
that
what
damn
was
question.
I'm messing with you, Tasha.
What's the home record of the Cowboys? You heard what she asked you. You love your Cowboys. You should know the home record.
I don't know because I don't be
Oh,
watching
you
them. To
don't.
be
Well,
honest
hold on
with
here.
you, I
Now,
don't.
let me remind you.
I
Hold
went
on.
out on them. No, when
Cowboys fan and you don't
when
watch
y'all
them.
beat
Hold
us,
on here. Hold on here. I'll tell
because
you.
when y'all beat us, I was done. When
Oh,
y'all beat us, I was done.
that was week 2. You was done after week 2?
Yeah, I really came into the season like not confident in the Cowboys. Honestly, to be real with y'all, because we just need some changes.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
really, I didn't come in all strong
Injuries don't tell the
and on the high.
I think Tasha, do you know what that time that is with that home record? You know what time it is on that home record.
Yeah, I know. Hey, I know my Cowboys suck. I will be the first to say I talk about them real bad. I wasn't confident from the get go with the Cowboys because there's some changes that need to be done. I'm sick of Jerry Jones. I'm just tired of it.
That's all
That's
right.
what I'm saying. You so
You gonna
petty.
you gonna get your fire on sooner or later. We got our scumbag out of here, so we kind of cleaning up some stuff. Eventually, you're gonna get McCarthy out of
Not
there.
all of them. Not all of them.
But just to remind you,
No.
if you didn't know, but let me tell you this next time so you know. So if you talk to another Cowboys person, more than likely you got to talk them off a bridge. But it is your
Oh my God.
your home
Petty,
record.
petty, petty.
Your home record is 0-5. Now, I didn't
I
made
knew
to
that
smile when I
already.
said
I
that.
knew that already.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you knew
I
that.
knew that already.
Okay.
I just wasn't finna give you the satisfaction in me saying that.
No, I just was
Okay.
saying I didn't mean to smile when I said that either. I was just the way I delivered it. It was just
Oh please.
it was just joy.
I'm sitting up here looking at you with that Kool-Aid smile. You were smiling when you said that.
Oh,
You're petty.
you got
You're
Washington coming up.
petty.
But Tasha, y'all got Washington. Y'all should be all right. So smile. Y'all gonna win a game.
I'm not watching it. I'm not even watching it. Like
Is it a home
I
game or a
literally
away
can
game?
only watch like one quarter of a game.
Stacey, I'm being I'm
away
giving her positivity, brother. Now you know Jalen.
No, he's not,
don't do his thing.
Stacy. No, he's not, Stacy.
Y'all need to get number one
No,
pick
he's
for the
not.
number 2 pick.
And you know what? It's okay because y'all fired Dennis Allen, so y'all feeling yourself right now. I understand, and I'll let y'all enjoy
Tasha,
that because y'all was in the bucket with us too.
Tasha, do you know the Cowboys on a 5-game losing streak? Did you know that?
Yes, I know. I know that.
Oh
I
my
know that.
God.
And I also know that you guys are just feeling yourself because y'all fired Dennis Allen because y'all singing a totally different tune before that happened. So yes,
Willie
I
Green
know
next.
we're on a losing streak.
Willie
The
Green
season
next.
is over for the Cowboys. I accept that. And the season is over. I accept that.
Willie Green got
But
one more
y'all
week.
thinking y'all going to the Super Bowl, y'all delusional. So I'm not delusional. I'm a realist.
Well, Tasha, listen, I thank you for your great sentiment on there. I think DC is fell asleep.
Yeah, he was
Yeah, he had a tough day. It's a rum punch and all that, but we good.
I think he
So
was just nervous because his teacher was in here. His tutor came in
yeah,
here.
he been giving me your
So
shots
he's a
out.
little nervous.
Give me your shots out, during the thing.
Yeah.
You seen he read that
Yeah.
comment, a couple of comments a few shows ago, man. He was
Oh,
sounding like a pro. You
and
heard
he
that?
getting better. He getting better. Every time he is getting better. I'm proud of him.
DC was awful. It would take I don't know, it was pretty bad. I don't know. He said he couldn't see. That's what it was that time, but it was bad.
Yeah, he was lying. He was lying. He used that excuse so much.
He
It
was
wasn't it.
squinting, he said. He couldn't tell. He was reading it off of his phone or something like that. But he was doing really good
Yeah,
the
but
last couple of shows. Shout out to
Oh
you for
yeah, then
helping.
the last couple of shows, like he even used some big words. I was really impressed.
What big words he use?
Uh-oh.
I
He
didn't
used a
listen.
couple of big words,
Like
and I
what?
was
What
just
did
like, "Oh shoot, he used a big word. I wonder if he could spell that."
Dang.
Oh.
Talk about we gotta educate ourselves. We gotta care about each other. Oh goodness.
Okay, y'all. I gotta go because he like I be wanting to ask him, DC, can you spell all of those
Yeah,
curse
he can.
words
Come
that you
on now,
use? Can you
Tasha.
spell them?
Come on. Yeah, he can.
spelling
Yeah,
bee.
he can. DC a very intelligent dude, man. He know what he talking about. He's a good. He can understand and
Yes.
read the smart words, and he can sound the smart words. He can read them and spell
Yeah,
them.
I
Yeah.
think because I taught him that technique where you pat your leg. When you trying to read and you trying to say a word and spell it out. You know how the kids be patting their leg and they hit and they try to spell it out and say
It
it. So I
worked.
taught him that technique. So that's
It
why
worked.
he's
Did that
he's
with
doing a
children.
lot better. So if y'all ever hear any tapping or patting, that's what it is. He's trying to say it out and get it out.
Got
So
the
yeah,
syllables and
yeah,
stuff.
Yeah, that's pretty
yeah.
good.
Get his
It worked.
syllables right and all of that.
Whatever
Yeah.
it
So,
was, it worked.
but
It worked.
anyway, Q, let him know that he didn't have to run. That I love him and I have much love for him. He
We
didn't
gonna
have to
play
be
this back when
afraid.
we tired of.
I wasn't gonna make him read. I promise you, I was not gonna make him read. I just wanted to come on here and just show my love and say hello. It's been a while since I've talked to y'all. So, but I appreciate y'all letting me talk and get my little thoughts out.
But anyway,
And y'all
that's
just
anytime, Tasha. Anytime, baby. We appreciate you for chiming in. Congratulations to your Spurs. Congratulations to your Cowboys. Congratulations. Everything is fine and gravy. Life
oh
is
my God.
life is small. Life.
See, he won't let me be
Like, give him
great.
credit.
He
You
won't let
passing
me
that
be
all
I get.
great.
I was balanced. I said congratulations because the Spurs they're 8-8, I think, right now. So they've won some games. Everybody on the winning streak or won
what,
something in the Southwest except for us. We in the cellar.
Why are you congratulating the Cowboys, Q?
I'm saying because y'all gonna get Deion Sanders, right?
Change is gonna come.
Petty. Because you
They need to
petty.
get Dion.
They're
They
gonna get
son, man.
Dion. Yo, that's what Jerry Jones really
You know
doing. He
what?
think
I hope Dion
he
does
gonna
not
get
leave.
Deion
They
Sanders in
just
the
now
sun.
got a 5-star QB
Yeah,
who just
he's
signed.
not gonna lose. He's not gonna leave, man. He ain't gonna
I
leave
don't know,
Colorado. I
bro.
wouldn't do that.
Where's his son going? His son
I
might
don't
be going to
believe he's
Dallas.
coming.
His
I
His
don't
son,
Real
believe
talk,
it. I
like
don't believe it.
and they're gonna draft.
you're the
Well, they
general
ain't gonna
Look,
draft a
I
quarterback because
think
they
that's
got
the
Dak.
setup.
Ain't nobody gonna put up with Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones want to have
real
his
talk.
feet and toes and
Yeah,
everything.
he's a dictator, ain't he?
Right,
Nobody's gonna put up with that.
right.
Yeah.
So I think Dion gonna
He
stay home. He
controls
gonna be
everything.
Dion a
Well,
wise man. He gonna
And
stay home.
Deion Sanders is not the type of dude that's gonna put up with that. He's not gonna put up with that. So that's why I say he's not coming to Dallas.
Yeah, I feel
He's
Right,
that.
not gonna be a puppet.
Yeah.
right,
yeah, y'all in trouble
right.
then. Well,
Dion
I'll
better
take
do
that
that.
back then,
Right now
Tasha.
he has all the control in the world right now, and he's doing right by the
Right.
organization and vice versa. They
Mm-hmm.
trust him and
Mm-hmm.
he trusts them because they listening to him. They're like, dude,
Right.
Mm-hmm.
we'll give you anything you want.
I'll take that
Anything and
back then,
everything you
Tasha.
want. Look, he's boosted the economy of the whole community.
Real
What,
talk.
Deion?
Yep.
So,
Yeah. I
yeah.
mean, why would they let him go? Look, the community will band together. What do you
Right.
want?
Right.
You want
That
my
would be
business?
crazy to let him go.
Yeah,
He
that
might not
would
have a
be.
choice. They
He's
can't compete with
like
NFL money.
he's just breathed life into
Nah, no,
that
they can't.
community.
Not
They can't.
Colorado can, but
Right.
college
So I
college
mean,
teams can, but not Colorado can.
but
Colorado can. But
but
not
you
the
know what?
Cowboys either, though.
And we're gonna bounce back to Pelican talk in a minute, but I just wanted to say there was a circumstance that did happen. It happened to my LSU Tigers, by the way. Nick Saban was pulled
Yeah,
away by LSU by the Miami Dolphins. They paid
yeah, that's
him a
different.
bunch of money, and they gave him general manager duties, and he took over for 1 year. in Miami.
Yeah.
He went 8-8 and then took his ass to Alabama, and that's how he ended
Yeah.
up there. And
Because
it's a
there's
different
levels
world.
to this. There's levels to this. Roll Tide, by the way. There's levels to this, dog. There's
No,
levels to
no,
this.
no roll
And y'all
tide.
would never be on that level. I don't care how many times. By the way, Georgia's not our rival. They would never be our rival. So all the Georgia fans, but I really do look at LSU as a rival. I really do. Y'all the second best. Y'all the second best.
I can't tell.
That's what it is.
I can't say shit about that because y'all got it right now, brother. But
Real talking that weekend,
y'all
like a
got it.
weekend ago, the Pelicans lost, the Saints lost, and LSU lost to
Yep.
Alabama. Yeah, that happened, dog. I'm so sorry. I feel so bad for you, Big Q, man. I really do, bro. I really do. But
I feel good. I
I'm
feel
never gonna
good,
let my
brother.
foot off my neck. I'm never gonna let my foot off y'all neck because there's been times when nobody can beat us, and LSU would come in and just, yeah, like that Joe Burrow game, bro. Like that's crazy.
That was the high
crazy,
point.
dog.
Yeah, that was the high point. Yeah, we couldn't
Every
beat.
other year.
It was magical that year, man. We stumped everybody out that year, man. That one year. Yeah, we ran it, man. It was like a glitz. Yep.
That game was a national championship, even though it happened in the season. But that game was a national championship.
Yep.
Whoever's gonna win that game was gonna win the whole thing.
Yep.
I remember that when y'all was talking about Leonard Fournette was gonna get us.
We walked through everybody that year. We walked through Clemson. Remember, Clemson was I think that was the championship game. Clemson, we walked right through them. That whole year was a fantastic year, man.
We were the best 2 teams. That's what happened. We were the best 2 teams, LSU and Alabama. And that's why LSU and Alabama have played each other in the national championship when the SEC, like that's never happened before. 2 conference teams then done it. LSU and Alabama did it. And the game of the century was like when we won. Y'all won 12-9 a couple years back, like 2010, 2011, something like that. 12-9.
Yep.
Yeah, it was real good. Yeah, we came back and beat y'all in the national championship that year.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all got the dub this year, but it's all good though. We got to regroup.
Man,
Like
we
the
put a
Cowboys.
hurting on y'all this year. We ain't just get the dub. We put a hurting on y'all this year. Y'all gotta
it's different.
regroup.
It's different levels of pain. You know what I'm saying? We lost, so we still 8 wins. And sometimes you got to. It's different levels. So eventually.
Y'all get it. I don't be having faith that Georgia ever getting back there. I don't be having faith that Georgia ever get back there. Auburn ever. I always have faith that LSU will always get back there. I give LSU their respect because they really are a good one.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, man. We lost out on Bryce Underwood to Michigan, and they paid that man like $12 million NIL deal to get 12 or 13 million NIL deal. That I think LSU offered them 10. He took the money and ran, and that's his home state. So remember how LSU was able to build championship teams to a lot of people like, oh man, it's over with. Man, listen, Joe Burrow was a transfer from Ohio State. We took that man and turned him into an NFL quarterback. Jaden Daniels was a transfer from Arizona State. Nobody never heard of that brother. And Brian Kelly turned him into who you've seen today. So don't be surprised if LSU pull off a similar move in the transfer portal. So yeah, we taking these guys and we turn them into championship players. So just because we missed out on Bryce, it's not the end all be all. They are still a SEC team with a lot of momentum and a lot of money, and we will be back. So it's a little punch in the face, but we all right. But shout out to Tasha, man. Appreciate her from dropping in here. Shout out to you. Congratulations on your Spurs. And as from a black and gold guy, congratulations on those Cowboys. And I got a question for you, Tasha. How about them Cowboys? Right?
Oh my God.
Petty.
Look, I'm gonna say, look, she ran out on us. You know what I'm saying?
Petty, bro.
How about them Cowboys? Oh man, I can't help it, man. The Cowboys and us got a rivalry going on.
I think you're petty.
Yeah. I would say that.
I think you're petty.
But you know what, though?
Just like me.
Yes, indeed. That's beautiful. Thank you.
See, dog.
Shout out.
You can really see.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. All right,
I'm
but
glad.
listen. Yeah, Stacey.
I'm glad.
Go ahead.
glad-
Yeah, she's seeing it. She said it. She said better. But look, Stacey, we're gonna get ready to close out, my friend. But yeah, you go ahead, bro, and give your thoughts on quick thoughts on the Pelicans. Do you think the Pelicans, like, we got a gauntlet coming up, man, in the month of December? It's gonna be tough. We still got a couple of games here at the back end of November. We do have players coming back. We seen Jordan Hawkins in limited action. He returned. There was an interview during the stream that was conducted by AD and Joel Myers. They were talking to DeJounte Murray. Joel Myers, at the end of his interview, asked DeJounte, he said to DeJounte, hurry back, man. Hurry back. Come on back. We need you. And DeJounte Murray basically said, how about in a couple days? Now this is not official, but he did throw that out there. So DeJounte could be coming back very soon. So that'll be a big pickup, and we'll gain as we go. So what do you think about of the nearby prospects of
I think
the team?
I think we win. We win regardless, and I think that Willie Green can get fired even after a win. I think that even after a win, Willie Green can still get fired. Like, really, they probably already got a time limit to take on Willie Green. They already.
Why you think even if he starts winning, you think he'll still get fired?
Yes. I think he's already on the succession plan. I feel that way because the way he's acting now, his behavior is very different than what Willie Green is. I think they already talked to him about, hey, you got this much time to go and everything. They already started their succession plan. So I've seen some crazy stuff that happened in sports, especially in the sport of basketball, which I love so much. But I watched David Black get fired after having a successful half of a season because LeBron wasn't having that jump with him. You know what I mean?
You don't have LeBron on here, though.
I know, but the basketball has been so bad for the Pelicans that they already know they need to move on from this man. But David Griffin don't think the same way we think.
Yeah.
But I think we can get some W's even in the midst of these hard, tough games against hard teams. Because what I saw tonight was we got a little bit. I will tell the team, y'all almost there, and we're talking about just getting the win, bro. But we almost there. We almost there. Not a run, not a streak of wins, but a win here and there. We almost, like, tonight we looked really good against a really good team, and we fell apart.
Mm-hmm.
We stuck in it, but we could have won that game.
Should have won it, bro.
We only had 4 turnovers in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
That was good. Like, that was a win. And I saw the ball, like Lex said earlier, the ball wasn't sticking. They were moving that ball. And what's my guy? Devontae Green, he is amazing. Like, his effort is crazy. I can always respect that effort. Even what his body limits him to do and everything. And I'm glad we matched the energy of that trash Kendrick Perkins was talking. I'm tired of that jump, bro. Like, that ESPN. And this is the last word I want to say. This mega media stuff, where they are pulling all this propaganda, it needs to stop because they're attacking Zion and they're not attacking the system. And that's what needs to be attacked. The system, the whole big situation needs to be attacked. Not Zion.
Doing that. They always want to attack the player and not the organization. And these organizations, man, they are not all the way 100. They really are
Real
not.
talk.
And
Kendrick Perkins should know better. He should know better. He should know better than that.
He got turned out. It's like once these ex players get in the media, mainstream media, they get turned out.
Right.
I mean, look at JJ. I mean, even JJ, once he got on, he used Zion to get to where he was doing on ESPN.
Right.
Talking about he's a detached player. And I'm a hold to that because I feel like he really did do that. Because he was doing his podcast and then he was making appearances on First Take, and it wasn't until he started really bringing up Zion and bashing his name and really talking down him, it's like great things started to happen to him. I'm like, man, that is crazy. It's like that. That's like an opportunity for a lot of these guys, man.
And I'm tired of. I'm glad we matched their energy tonight because that's how we got to go about things. And y'all being country creators and everything, we being part of y'all subscribe to what y'all own and everything. Y'all are really good. Y'all are really good. Like y'all are a really good team and really good at what y'all do. Everything. But long story short, we have to like match that stuff because they don't know what they're talking about. I think my eyes have been even more wide open since I subscribed to League Pass this year. This is my first year having it. And I'm watching all these games.
Yeah.
And I can see this stuff. And I can pull up NBA.com stats, and they're way better than NFL.com stats. Like you can see all of this and what these people are doing. And we got videos for each stat, like each steal of this person, each turnover of this person, each shot of this person. I'm glad that we have like content creators be able to look at this and look at in a broader stream because I know ESPN don't know what the heck they talking about. These major markets don't know that. The major media people don't know what they're talking about, and they just attack the player. And there's a lot more going on. It's called this expansion. And their peripherals are seeing the wrong thing, and we just matched their energy tonight. We really did. He needs to be taken out. All them guys need to be taken out with that crap they on. It's hard to even watch those games on those channels anymore. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather watch in my privacy and talk to you guys about what I'm seeing because they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right. Shout out to you, Stacy, man. Thank you. Lex, what are your closing thoughts before we close out the stream? DC, by the way, dropped out.
Yeah.
He's done for the night. So shout out to DC.
Yeah.
He was listening to Tasha just to let her know. He said he appreciates it. That's whatnot. So shout out to DC. But go ahead, Lex. Floor is yours.
Oh no, I don't have much to say. Shoot. I just got a text saying that I need to be at the game at 10 o'clock and it's 3 o'clock over here.
You mean 2:30?
No, it's almost 3 o'clock.
How is that? It's 1:25 where I'm at. You're
I'm rounding up. It's 3 o'clock. Come on, man. Look, I gotta be there by 10 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? Sure. So I don't know what I gotta read.
Well, Lex, you got a lot of energy, so plus you love the game, so you're still gonna be on point, so you're gonna be all right.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I got a double header on tomorrow, y'all, with my guys. So you
reffing them? Are you reffing or coaching?
Both. Both.
All right, which one's first?
Probably reffing.
So you're gonna ref a game and then you're gonna turn around and then you're gonna
coach my team. Yep.
So but you don't coach while you got the ref shirt on, do you?
No, I look good. I changed out my earrings. Okay. All right. Don't get twisted. I made my earrings. They kicks. They 3D kicks.
So, okay.
I rock them. I got my violin earrings right now, but yeah, I change. I got my Jordan stuff on. Look, the matching shoes. Yeah, and then when I'm in my ref, I got my referee earrings. Okay, they match my stuff.
The referee earrings?
Yes, I have referee earrings. Look,
they love referees.
I make a fashion statement as an officiator. Let people know. Look here. I don't care if you disagree with the call. I make the calls look good. Okay.
Well, I tell you what, like, don't let nobody Willie Green you tomorrow. Throw him out the game.
Oh, no. Hey, you know what?
No, that's Stacey. Willie ain't fussed at the lady, fussed at the guy. He went after the guy.
No,
the guy was the one.
I do get attacked by the men though, because I get it. I understand.
Like, hey man,
I knew it was gonna come.
Lex, you said, hey man, look chicken.
Oh no, I be getting with them. I'm like, shoot, I had 3 brothers. You know what I'm saying? And they taught me the game and the trash talk and all that stuff. So yeah, I get with you. I only get with people if they get with me, but it's like,
Don't
I
start
get it,
nothing, won't be nothing.
huh?
Don't
Yeah,
start
no
nothing.
stuff. Won't be
It
no
won't
stuff.
be no stuff. All right. All right, but listen, we're gonna let Lex go and get a rest, man, so she can ref and
like,
coach tomorrow.
all of them getting up out of here. All of them
Nah,
getting up out of here.
And
Hey,
Stacey, shout out to you for chiming in. Huh?
Now 67 people still watching.
Oh, they having a ball, man. We talking our
know.
stuff late, early in the morning. That's some diehards.
This is
But
beautiful.
shout out to the fam.
Right here.
Lex, go ahead on and take us out. How DC taught you. Go ahead, take us on out.
For real.
Lex
Now,
taught.
let me tell you something. All right.
Natasha taught DC, so
For real. To all my brothers and all my sisters in the chat, I just want you to take the time out to just kiss the like button. Just push it. Just push it. Push it. Just take your mouse. Take your mouse and just rub the finger on the left side, okay? On the left side, and just click that like button from the depth of your diaphragm, because it is your divine right to just do it. To just do it. Because you want to rise up. You want to rise up and you want to do something with your life. Just click the like button and do it from the heart. Because you are a Pelicans fan. If you're in here on tonight, you are a Pelicans fan for a reason. You're here tonight for a reason. And that reason is to hit the like button. I give it back to you, Big Q.
okay. You heard what Sister Panther said. Y'all do that. Come on now, hit that damn like button and the sub button.
I
man.
switched it up.
All right, but listen, man, y'all have a fantastic morning, man, and fantastic weekend. And listen, we'll holler at you on Monday, man. Much love and go Pels. Peace.
You're listening to the Pelicans postgame report on the PRO Media Network for all things Pelicans.
Perfect. Fly Pelican, fly Pelican, fly Pelican. And I tell them that birds of a feather flock together. Fly down, my Pelican forever. Pelican forever. Ain't gon' lie, I feel flyer than I ever been. We stay ballin', this New Orleans, I'm a Pelican. It's going down in the nest, wild, wild west. Come in town and do best, show us some respect. 3-point threat, I better make it rain. If it's up, then don't jump stupid like your ankle sprain. Always said, never hate the player, hate the game. Jumper where the dame late, bunch of trains. Post game, Big Q, talking about business. Bird gang, YouTube, they ain't flocking with us. Lock up the division mission, get into the finals. Finish competition, then it's going win the title. I know this flyer than you can get. Such a threat that the refs just might call a tag. You could double, you could press, but you can't check. Right, left, slide by you like a Eurostep. Fly Pelican, fly Pelican, fly Pelican. And I tell them that birds of a feather flock together. Fly down, I'm a Pelican forever, Pelican forever. And never, and never, and never, and never, and never, and never say birds of a feather flock together. Yeah, fly die, I'm a Pelican forever, Pelican forever.
TheWhoThatDaily.com. That's right, TheWhoThatDaily.com. Your one-stop shop for everything New Orleans Saints, New Orleans Pelicans, LSU Tigers, even the top flight boxing news. So if you're a Who That and you're looking for a place to stay up on your team, TheWhoThatDaily.com is your site. TheWhoThatDaily.com for the sport Who That in all of us. That's right, the Pro Shop is the platform store where you can go and buy all the latest merch to support the platform. Available at the Pro Shops, we have dozens of hundreds of products available for you and your family. Unisex tees for men and women, hoodies and sweatshirts, tank tops, kids and baby items, long sleeve tees, mugs, pillows, wall art, bath bedding, face masks, phone cases, stickers, bags, fanny packs, socks, hats, and many other items. Please feel free to check out the Pro Shops. The link is in the description section below. And remember, it helps the platform continue to grow. Check out the Pro Shop and Who That too.